Good evening, everybody, and welcome to our November Council meeting. Council acknowledges the Wadawurrung people as the traditional owners of the land, waterways and skies. We pay our respects to elders past and present, and we acknowledge all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people who are part of our greater Geelong community today. This meeting is being broadcast on the internet, and the recording of the meeting will be published on Council's website. Welcome again to tonight's Council meeting, which we are very pleased to say is back in the Council chamber. Zoom meetings have been a great way to keep our schedule going when needed over the past couple of years, but we are rapt to be back here, meeting in person and with the community in attendance in the gallery. Thank you to everybody who's joined us here tonight. We look forward to hearing questions and submissions shortly. Tonight is also our first hybrid Council meeting, where councillors have the option of attending in person or via the video link on the screen and the screen behind me. This has been something that we've wanted to introduce since day one, but certainly since the state government changed the legislation to make it possible. As you can see, we have 10 councillors here in the chamber, and Councillor Maloney is joining us via the link. Hello also to everybody tuning in via the website. The live streaming of all meetings will continue because it's a very important way for us to make sure that our decision making is accessible to the broader community. Now, we do have a lengthy agenda tonight, so let's get going straight away. Councillors, I'll be asking for strict adherence to speaking time limits tonight, please. Do we have any apologies to note this evening? Don't think we do, thank you. Are there any requests for leaves of absence from councillors tonight? No? Okay, thank you. Are there any declarations of conflict of interest in relation to tonight's agenda? Councillor Grisbeck.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There is a notice of motion which I am employed by the TAC, and it's got to do with particular bike lanes that are funded by TAC.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Grisbeck, that's noted. Any other conflicts to declare? No, if any do become arise during the meeting, please make them known. Can I please have a mover and seconder to confirm the minutes of the council meeting held on the 26th of October 2021? Moved Councillor Mansfield, seconded Councillor Contell. Thank you. All those in favour? Those against? Carried. Thank you. Okay, the next agenda item is public question and submission time. There's time for questions. Please sit down. There'll be time for questions from the gallery. It is specifically available, question time and submission time, not as a forum for discussion, but for questions and submissions.
Excuse me, Madam Mayor, it's just a hearing problem. I don't think she can hear.
Are you struggling to hear me? Microphone's right there. Is that better? Okay, thank you. Okay, well, in accordance with the policy, we do set aside 45 minutes for question time, providing for each person to address the council for 3 minutes. We also try and keep our responses to 3 minutes or less as well, just to keep the meeting moving and in acknowledgement of the fact we do have a long agenda tonight. Questions and submissions provided in writing prior to the meeting are considered first, and after that, everyone in the gallery will be given an opportunity to ask a question or make a submission if time permits. For those community members that are present who pre-submitted questions to council, you will have an opportunity to ask your question and have your response read out shortly. For those who are not present tonight, the responses to the pre-submitted questions have been already published on council's website, and they will also be emailed to the people who asked the question. It's also important to note that each councillor has read the questions that are sent in. I note that there are some questions... I note that there are some questions relating to the Climate Change Response Plan 2021 to 2030. As this item is being discussed for a decision tonight, councillors will be unable to answer questions around that during public question time. You are still welcome to ask questions. However, if it's in relation to an agenda item, we can't really provide you with specific answers, but you will be able to hear us consider the question. This also applies to any questions relating to the PACO UDF, which we've seen a few, as that will be considered at the next council meeting. So, for tonight's meeting, we've received pre-submitted questions from 11 community members, from Angela Mangan, John Brown, Bud Chappell, Dale Towan, Sharon, Mick 8, Juan Neldecocker, Maureen Peck, Lynn Dowling, Bernie Frank and Dr Jane Mooney. So may I have a show of hands in the gallery of anyone whose names I've just read out? Lovely, thank you. We will go through your questions first, and then if we have remaining time, we'll go through the next questions from anybody else in the gallery too. So first up, I think Angela Mangan. Welcome.
My questions relate to the PACO UDF and Geelong West development. Given VCAT's approval of the 8 and 9 level Gordon Avenue Twin Towers development, what impact will this development have on the heights proposed in the final version of the UDF? How will Council stop other developers from using the Gordon Avenue Twin Tower development height as a precedent in the area for future developments? What specific protection would a UDF provide in terms of enforceable and binding maximum building height limits? Second issue, the Geelong West Traffic Assessment Report was undertaken prior to VCAT's approval of the Gordon Avenue Twin Towers. Clearly this development will add to the existing traffic gridlock and parking problems on PACO and surrounding streets. Although not part of the actual UDF itself, traffic and parking will also obviously be negatively impacted by the contents of the UDF. Therefore, will new traffic modelling be done to incorporate the impact of the Gordon Avenue Twin Tower development, and an updated traffic management and parking plan be provided and factored into the final UDF contents, and also be released to the public so we are fully aware of traffic and parking impact on Geelong West? Issue 3. Council has a stated policy that new developments are to, and I quote, avoid building heights that exceed predominant building height by more than 1 storey. Will Council provide a guarantee that they will abide by this policy when assessing planning applications? A current example is the 4-level 16 apartment and retail development planning permit application that has been submitted for 85 Packington Street, Geelong West, next to the Petrol Hotel. This 4-level development proposal does not fit with the character of the area and streetscape, and is out of proportion and excessive in terms of density and height compared to the nearby 1 and 2 level buildings and the surrounding low-rise heritage overlay streets. It is incredulous that the applicant would be citing the so-called Packington Strand Clock Tower as an example of predominant building height in the area, when it is in fact a structure providing signage, not a building that can be used for comparison purposes.
Thank you for your questions, Angela. I will throw to our Director of City Planning and Economy, Gareth Smith, for an answer. Thank you, Gareth.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Angela, for attending tonight and asking those questions. And we do appreciate your continued involvement in the process. I know you've made some time to catch up with John Daly in the past as well, so we do appreciate all that input. So with relation to question 1, the UDF height limit controls are incorporated into the Geelong planning scheme once they are endorsed by Council and approved by the Minister for Planning. All future applications would then be subject to those controls. Height controls in the planning scheme are discretionary and not guaranteed. However, to be exempt from height controls, an application must prove that the additional height will not adversely impact on solar access, privacy, amenity and heritage. Further to this, applicants must demonstrate that the development offers net community benefit above the minimum requirements, environmental sustainable design outcomes above the minimum requirements, and design excellence. So there is a bit there in that. So with regards to question 2, in relation to traffic, the traffic assessment was based on the full build out of all proposed developments in the UDF, including the site on Gordon Avenue that was granted a permit by VCAT. Therefore, the traffic generated from this development would not be in addition to the forecast in the traffic assessment. What I will say to that, Angela, in addition to the notes I have here is, I guess your point might be as well, it's higher than we were envisaging the UDF. The reality is a development wouldn't be maximised on every site across PACO. It's the reality, it wouldn't occur that way. They're never fully developed out in that case. So that's why you would suggest it's probably in the higher order of estimates on traffic when you propose a full build out of that vision. So, but with regard to question 3, The current planning policy for the permit application for 85 Packington Street, the planning controls are site-specific, and the 85 Packington Street currently has no applicable height limits, as it is located in a commercial zone and is not covered by the heritage overlay. However, the overall site context is a matter to be considered as part of the planning process, and the planning application for this site, as you know, is currently under assessment, and Council has received 7 objections to the proposal to date, which will be considered as part of that decision-making process in the near future. So, thanks again, Angela.
Thank you, Gareth, and thank you, Angela. Is John Brown with us this evening? No, John's response has been put on the website and he will receive an email. Do we have Bud Chappell? No. Dale Towan? Sharon? Do we have Sharon in the audience? Welcome.
Thank you. How to use microphone, really loud. My name's Sharon. I live in Geelong West. Given a proposed overdevelopment of residential dwellings in Geelong West, Geelong North, South Geelong, Highton, I think also, is City of Greater Geelong in meaningful discussions with the state government with regard to building new schools? Given the increase in residents and the fact that existing schools are full, would City of Greater Geelong consider this to be a priority? Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. Good question. I'd say the short answer is yes, but I'll leave it to Gareth Smith, our Director of City Planning and Economy, to give the longer answer. Thank you, Gareth.
Thank you, Mayor, and you are correct. And thanks again for the question as well, Sharon. Appreciate it. So, yes, senior officers from the City of Greater Geelong and the Department of Education, I'll face more towards you too. Department of Education meet regularly to discuss the provision of schools, both within our new growth areas, but also in the existing residential areas of Geelong, like you've highlighted, that are experiencing certainly some growth. Officers will forward your questions and concerns regarding the schools to the department directly. Access to local schools is very important and is a priority for Council, so we really want to emphasise that. The planning and delivery of new schools is the responsibility of state government, but as we mentioned, we do meet with state government and represent it at least twice a year to highlight where we are forecasting population growth and discuss their pipeline for new schools. A new primary school for Inner Geelong has been discussed with the Education Department over a number of years, but there are no plans to build this as yet. Thanks again, Sharon.
Thank you, Gareth, and thank you, Sharon, for making the time to come in. Question 6, Mick 8. I can see Mick in the audience. Welcome, Mick.
Very much, Mayor Asher, and thank you, councillors. Most of you, I think, know me already. I run a little radio show here in Geelong together with a couple of my friends called the Sustainable Hour. We've done that the last 9 years, actually. And we publish articles and podcasts in hundreds by now, all about climate and climate safety. So we do that under the umbrella of Centre for Climate Safety, where we've been calling on Council here and on state and federal governments to take urgent action on climate, what we call a climate emergency. And we would like to congratulate you on what we have in front of us tonight, this plan that you are now presenting to us and to yourself, and which you're going to make a decision on later tonight. We would like to congratulate you for the very clear language and for that you are actually taking a response now to this huge challenge that climate is all around the world. And in particular for the community-wide net zero emissions target by 2035. That is the kind of leadership that we have been calling for all the way. So what matters now is not what we do in 2035, but what we do now. And that's, I think, what the questions that we would like to ask you are all three about. The first one is that we suggested, and I think many residents suggested to you, to establish a citizens' assembly a 100-member citizens assembly for Geelong that would represent all the different stakeholder groups that we have here in the city. I think you're all familiar with the idea of citizens' assemblies, which is not just some idea, it's actually a thing that's being tested in other countries, in France and in the UK, as a way of upgrading our democracy and actually making it work. And it's a very successful way when it comes to making decisions on difficult topics, which climate change and the climate emergency is one of those difficult things to make decisions on and to get the community on board with. So the question is, why was this recommendation or suggestion from residents ignored, not even acknowledged in the plan? And I know that you have established a board or an advisory committee, or what you call it, a sustainability advisory board, which is great. But I would just like to remind you that that is not a citizen assembly, where you have normal people, so to say, people, average people that represent the community from all the different stakes that we have in this community. It's a very different concept. Second question is about the business community, which also would have been represented in... Can I get an extra half minute? Okay, thanks. The business community is really important to get on board when we talk about climate, because a lot of the emissions that we have in the city come from industry and from big companies. So you even write in the plan that many companies in the region need help to make significant change. So we're wondering, why does the plan then not have more initiatives that actually could provide and facilitate that kind of help which is needed? Where is that leadership going to come from within the business community? That's the question, number 2. And thirdly, this is something about numbers. We are missing in the plan some more specific interim targets. It's great to have a target in 2035, but I don't know how many of you will be councillors in 2035. We need some targets that are much closer. We need to know where we're heading in 2025, and maybe every 5 years or even every 2 years. What are the targets on this journey? Because in our opinion, we need to act fast, and that means we need to do the heavy lifting now and not in 2035. But that's not clear in the plan. When are we going to do the lifting? And that would be much more clear if there were interim targets in the plan. So the question is, could we have some of those, and why are they not already in the plan?
Thank you, Mick. They're 3 very good questions, I must admit, and we do have detailed answers that you will get a written copy of and that are already published. I might actually just try and address them all with one, because I think the Citizens' Assembly question is certainly something that's come up quite a bit in the community, and that is something that the Sustainability Advisory Committee could actually take on. So if it's not in the Climate Change Response Plan satisfactorily, and in fact any of the things that you've talked about could actually be taken up by the Sustainability Advisory Committee and put into place for actions in 2022. So I think they're really good questions. The fact they're not in the Climate Change Response Plan I don't think means it's the end of the discussion. I think that's something that we could probably take on board. So thank you for the questions. I think certainly the milestone targets is a really, really relevant point too. So appreciate you taking the time. Very happy to hand over to Gareth and Guy if they'd like to add anything further. I know that the business community question's been addressed in quite a lot of detail there. In particular, but Gareth or Guy, would you like to add anything?
Madam Mayor, it's Karina Filan.
Hello,
I'll
Karina.
answer the first
Thank
part of
you.
the question. No, thank you. And great question, Mick, around the Citizens' Assembly. So the city is investing in continuing to establish and grow strong relationships with the community, as Mayor Asher said, and harnessing its expertise, very importantly, through deliberative engagements. So we do have experience convening a citizens' assembly. The first was for Our Future engagement in 2017, 2018, and in a similar style this year, working with 98 demographically representative community members through a series of workshops for our community plan engagement. So with regards to climate safety, at this stage, the Sustainability Advisory Committee, whose members have a great level of both passion and expertise, is seen to be the best approach for deliberative conversations and engagement on topics of climate, environment and sustainability, but we will continue to welcome feedback in all its forms, as Mayor Asher has just said, to ensure we are continuing to develop the best environmental solutions for both the community and council. So I can say to you that we will definitely consider that more deeply into the future as to how we can adopt something more similar. And I'll pass over, that was question 1, to Guy for question 2 and 3.
Thank you, Karina, and sorry I missed your face there. You're sitting directly behind John, so I couldn't see you. Thank you, Guy.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mick, for your excellent questions and your interest in the Climate Change Response Plan. I guess as an overall comment, wherever we refer to the community in the plan, business is assumed to be part of that definition of community. But with specific mention to businesses, there are 5 actions that I would like to highlight. Action 1.3.6 on page 27 is an action about supporting local businesses in developing clean technology and the circular economy. Action 2.1.4 on page 29, there's an action around business incentives and finance support programs. On page 31, action 2.3.6, there's an action to support businesses adopting clean technology. And on page 43, action 7.1.4, there's an action around supporting businesses to develop climate mitigation and adaptation programs. And lastly, on page 43, action 7.1.5, there's an action around support for planning and implementation of climate change mitigation and adaptation programs for primary producers and agribusinesses. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Guy, and thank you, Mick, for your questions. Keep up the good work. Okay, question 7 has come from Joan Nelder-Cocker. Do we have Joan in the gallery? No? Okay, number 8 is Maureen Peck. Welcome, Maureen.
I recently moved from Bendigo and was quite shocked to find that it is prohibited to dispose of food waste in the green bin. Bendigo City Council's stated aim is to divert organic waste from local landfill sites to reduce associated costs, avoid production of methane gas and odours, and produce compost. When will Geelong City Council enable food waste to be included in the green bin collections, given the Council's intention to vastly increase the population of the Greater Geelong area and its policy statements regarding sustainability and respect for the environment? Better management of waste would seem to be a priority. And just adding that I have looked up the information on the site about green bins, and there's a statement about, you know, we're going to be managing the food waste better in the future, but it seems to me that a definite target needs to be set.
Lovely. Thank you, Maureen. Great question and very timely as well. Councillor Aitken would like to speak, and I think there'll be a few people want to talk to this one.
Before the officers answer, Maureen, look, thank you for your question. Part of the reason why Geelong's different to Bendigo actually doesn't have a green mulch system like Geelong has. We actually use our green waste bins to actually collect garden waste, which is actually then put into mulch. And we've actually got one of the largest local government mulching facilities in Victoria. It actually exists out in Lara. Now, if we actually included food scraps in the green waste bin at this point in time, it actually contaminate all that mulching, and in fact would make that whole program that we've undertaken in the last 3 years to be redundant. So we are strongly committed to continue that specialised project associated with our green waste bins in Geelong. And I'm very proud that the Council this year has started just this month on the 1st of November, and Councillor Grisbeck can back me up. We have started our food organics waste collection system in Geelong. It is occurring in Lara first, and then it will, after the end of that trial period, it is hoped it will be rolled out to the rest of the Geelong community as well too. Now, you may ask, why can't it be just rolled out straight away from day one, which is a logical question to ask. The reason why it's not rolled out, we actually have made a commitment as the council group. We want products and byproducts from all the materials that we collect on our curbside system. We just don't want to fool the community in Geelong that if you put something in your curbside bin, that it actually is going to landfill, because in fact that's where the majority of our waste has been going since we've started our curbside collection systems in Geelong. So we are working very closely with Barwon Water to establish the Regional Organics Network, which will take the food scraps and actually turn it into a product of significance with Barwon Water. So we actually have an end product for our food scraps. So I would love to know what Bendigo's doing with what they are collecting, but I can assure you we've actually got a very good program of projects and a strategic commitment to make sure that what you put in your bins, apart from landfill, actually doesn't end up in landfill, which is a struggle that we've had certainly in the last 5 years.
Yep. Thank you, Councillor Aitken. Guy, would you like to add anything? I think it's all been fairly well covered by Councillor Aitken there.
Yeah, that was very, very comprehensive. I guess it just probably add to that that the food waste trial that we're doing will be rolled out for the entire city over the next 2 years, and that will feed into the project that we're doing with Barwon Water and the other G21 councils, being the Regional Renewable Organics project. So thank you for bringing this to our attention. It's a very exciting project, and we look forward to it being implemented over the next 2 years. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Guy, and thank you, Maureen. It's really good to know we're on the right track. Question 9 is from Lynn Dowling. We have Lynn with us tonight. Excellent. Welcome, Lynn.
Yes, I would just like to thank the Council for its acknowledgement of the value of libraries to the local communities by its recent budget commitments to build and renew them in many local government areas. As someone who campaigned to save Chilwell Library from permanent closure in 2017, I'm delighted to see concept design plans for its renewal currently available for community consultation. However, I'm concerned that despite the proposed plans being quite modest compared to many others, the $900,000 allocated may not, with the ever-increasing cost of building, etc., cover the full implementation of these plans. I make no claim to understand the complexities of council budgets, but note the annual report 2020-21 says the city has a surplus of $141 million, with page 10 of the strategic resource plan forecasting surpluses over the next 4 years. In light of this, I ask if it would be possible for the council to consider allocating further funding for the Chilwell Library plans if it should be required. I'm sure that Charles Sladen, who donated the land for a community hub before his death at Chilwell in 1884, would be delighted to know of Council's commitment to the redevelopment of this much-loved and valued community asset for the benefit of future generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. Great question. Councillor Nelson would like to answer. Go, Councillor Nelson.
Hi, Lynn. How are you? Good to see you here. Just wanted to say, on behalf of the board, as you know, I'm chair of the library board and helped save Highton Library and with you at Chilwell, even though I got a parking ticket that day from council, and the Barwon Heads Library as well. And as chair of the library, I'll certainly be putting my hand up for more funding for Chilwell Library if that's the case, with my fellow board members and ward councillors. So rest easy, we'll do what we can.
Appreciate your support.
Lovely.
Thanks,
Thank
Lee.
you, Councillor Nelson. Director of Community Life, Robin Stevens, may like to add to that. Do we have Robin with us? Yep.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you. I think Councillor Nelson has covered it all, but thank you for bringing that matter to our attention, Lynn. And the community engagement is still open, and so we'll be looking at the full cost planning once that closes and the final design has been settled on, but that will go forward for consideration by councillors in the upcoming budget. So thank you, Lynn.
Right. Councillor Murray.
I just want to echo those sentiments too, Lynn, and thank you and your very passionate group down there for the work that you are doing and continue to do for the Chilwell Library. Thank you.
Thank you. Really good example of the councillors and the officers and the community all working on the same ambition. So terrific. Number 10 is Bernie Frankie. Is Bernie with us? No. Number 11, Dr. Jane Mooney. Welcome.
COVID safe. Hi. My questions relate to the PACO UDF. Question 1. The UDF currently allows for high-rise buildings ranging in height from 4 to 10 stories along the northern end of Packington Street. Within the UDF, there is also the possibility of heights being increased by a further 1 to 2 stories. These building heights are way too high and out of proportion with the surrounding low-rise businesses and residences. Question. Will Council respond to local residents' concerns and guarantee that building heights at the northern end of Packington Street be a maximum of 3 stories high and be commercial zone 2 so that they fit with the existing character of the PACO surrounds? Question 2. Car parking. On-street car parking is a very important issue for residents who live in the streets that run off Packington Street, Geelong West. Many residents are unable to park their own cars due to visitors coming to shop and conduct business in the area. In response to these concerns, Council has installed car parking restrictions in residential streets. Such restrictions are useless, however, if they are not enforced. This problem will get much worse with increased development proposed in the UDF. Council needs to state what their plan is to protect local residential on-street car parking. Question. How many parking infringement notices have been issued in the last 6-month period in the residential streets that run off Packington Street, Geelong West, from Autumn to Isabella Street, between Mannon Avenue, La Trobe Terrace to Elizabeth Street? Question 3. Recent applications for 4-level mixed-use office and apartment developments on or just off Packington Street in Geelong West are requesting a decrease in on-site car parking. For example, 90 Autumn Street, just off Packington Street, behind Hodges Real Estate, and 85 Packington Street, just in front of Packington Strand. The latter has a shortfall of 9 car parks. The applicants try to justify this by stating or implying that the shortfall can be met by the use of nearby public and privately owned car parking, for example, either behind the heritage core surrounding side streets off Paco and the privately owned Woolies car park on Packington Strand. This practice must be stopped now. Proposed increased development resulting from the Paco UDF would serve to exacerbate the risk of this becoming an increasing practice. Question. How will Council guarantee that these public and private car parks are reserved for their intended use, i.e. for people coming to shop and do business in the Packington Street area rather than developers commandeering these parking spaces? Will Council guarantee that developers must provide the mandated on-site car parking requirements?
Thank you, Jane, for your questions. Perfectly timed as well.
Incredible.
It was very good. I will now throw to our Director of City Planning and Economy, Gareth Smith. Thank you, Gareth.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Dr Mooney, for coming along tonight and asking these questions as well. Very much appreciated. In relation to question 1, so the final UDF proposed to be considered by Council on 14th of December 2021, including the proposed heights limits, has been informed by the feedback from all stakeholders. It is reasonable to say that there has been differing views in relation to potential heights, with some seeking higher and others lower, particularly in the northern Packington Street area. It's been certainly a major focus for feedback, so we acknowledge that as well, and I'm sure, and I know the councillors have considered that significantly over the past year or so as it's been continuing. With regards though to particular Council's position in relation to the question, you may recall the Mayor's intro very early on. As the UDF subject to a future decision at Council, the councillors themselves are required to remain open and considering continued feedback regarding the UDF and not determine a position prior to voting for Council. So you won't be able to seek a position on the tonight, I'm sure you're aware of that. With regard to question 2 on the numbers of infringements, if I could, we'll take that on notice. The team haven't had the time to pull that together, but we will provide that to you in writing the next few days as well. And with regard into question 3, the planning scheme details the number of or rate of car parking spaces required for various types of uses. There is ability under the planning scheme, though, to waive parking requirements based on assessing parking demand for individual planning permit applications. Each application is considered on its merit and will allow a reduction or waiving of the following reasons: the ability of public transport in the area, multi-purpose trips, short stay and long stay parking demand, and variation of parking demand over time. So you're not in that list as though as that public access car park, isn't there? So hopefully that answers those questions. We will get back to you on the infringement numbers. Thanks, Dr. Mooney.
Thank you, Jane, and thank you, Gareth, for those responses. Now, is there anybody else? We have about 10 minutes for questions. If anyone else would like to ask a question, please come forward. And as you come forward, when you take your seat, can you please give us your name? Thank you.
Yeah, my name's David Phillips, and thanks for the opportunity to be here, and it's wonderful to have the public gallery open again. My interest is in the climate response plan, and I appreciate the work that the Council's put in over the last 2 years, and it's great that that's now being tabled tonight. I thank the Council for making it available as a draft for comment, and I provided comments like many others. One of the key areas that I'm interested in is the measurement of emissions and emission reduction, and of course we want to get to zero, and that's the target by 2035. What I'd like to see is, and Mick said something similar, some shorter term targets in place. In particular, I'd like to see how the measurements of reduced emissions is made, and I'd like that to be more transparent to the public. The sort of thing I had in mind might sound a bit odd, but like having a thermometer that showed where we're starting from and how each advance in reducing it, the thermometer comes down till we get to finally to zero. And as a community, we can celebrate that coming down. For example, you can have it coming down as you introduce electric buses and electric vehicles within council. Yep. It'd be good to see how those things are measured and what contribution they make to reducing the emissions. So I look forward to seeing how the plan progresses, and thanks for hearing my comments, but I'd really like to see how the council plans to be more transparent in providing data and evidence about reducing emissions.
Yep, it's a great question, David, and I'm actually about 14 pages into the draft sustainability report at the moment, reading through and looking at exactly those sorts of issues and how we do actually demonstrate it, what's our baseline year, what we are actually measuring, and make it not only completely accurate but also meaningful to the reader. The draft sustainability report, I'm not sure if it's going to come to council by December, but I think the plan is to release it very early next year. We will keep you in touch with that. Very happy to take on feedback. I love the idea of a thermometer as well. I'd actually just drawn 3 or 4 little tables so that we go back at least 3 years and have at least 3 years of comparable data. So very much on the same page. We know it needs to be demonstrated, we know it needs to be accurate, but we also know that we haven't necessarily been collecting the right data along the way, and I always say get the right data and get the data right. So I think that's going to be probably the philosophy that we use. And we do have our Director of Strategy and Performance over here, Karina Filand, who has carriage of that particular report. So Karina may want to add some commentary because you've probably been closer to the last 20 pages of the report than I have yet. So thanks, Karina.
Thank you, Mayor Asher. No, I think you've pretty much explained it, and it's a very important aspect of the work that we're undertaking. So looking forward to continually improving that.
Right. Thanks for bringing the question forward, because we do need to make sure that we are responding to people's requests in how we report on how we're doing. Another question there. I see another hand with the red jumper. Please come forward and just give us your name as you take a seat, if you would, please.
It'd be easy to see.
You've done well.
My name is Randall Lapps from the Geelong Interfaith Network. We've, for some time, been looking at a peace park to be established within the Geelong area. Basically, over the last few months and year or so, with the COVID restrictions, places of worship have been closed, and when people want to turn to their place of faith, then they haven't been able to. If there was an outdoor venue, such as a central pagoda in a little park area to say this is for interfaith peace, it would be an area where people could gather if there were different prayer needs. We have, within Geelong Interfaith, prayed for bushfire victims, for the drownings of refugees, different things like this. And yesterday with the cyclist, which was knocked down. I'm also sure that quite a few of the councillors here were part of the memorial for the Christchurch shooting as well. And that was a moving experience. The trouble was it was a full month after the event, because we didn't have a venue that we could say, this is, a good place to come. So that's why we'd be looking for something like that. An example of that would be Stapley Pavilion, Stapley, up in Melbourne. They have a kind of pagoda central. Churches or places of worship are able to gather there. If there's 35 up to 50 people, then there's no charge. But also, this venue is used for garden weddings and things like that, that the council is able to hire the location out to. So, looking more to today, just to find out the process that we'd have to go through and who would be the most ideal person to talk to get this rolling. And by next council meeting next month, then we can have a more formal presentation.
Great question. Thank you very much, Randall. This is probably squarely in our Director of Community Life's space, Robin Stevens. I'm interested to know, whereabouts is Stapley Pavilion? Whereabouts in Melbourne?
It's near the Botanical Gardens.
Okay.
So
CBD.
Halfway in between the Myers Bowl and the Governor's
Great. Okay, yeah, great idea. I'm sure we can provide you with a much more full response on notice, but Robin may have an instant answer.
Thank you, Mayor Asher, and thank you, Randall, for your question. I don't have an instant answer, but certainly a social infrastructure plan covers the large proportion of community assets and infrastructure that the council and the city provides for community use. So that is a strategy that's under ongoing review and does feed into our budget processes. So what you've described could also be raised through the Multicultural Advisory Committee, which I know that you've previously been involved in, and as has the Interfaith Network. But I can certainly take on notice your inquiry and get back to you with some further information about how you might feed into processes to have your idea considered. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin, and thank you, Randall. Now, we are actually out of time for questions, but was there anyone else wishing to ask a question? That's actually very neat. Thank you, everybody. Great questions and beautifully timed, well within the 45 minutes. So now we move on to petitions and joint letters, and I'm aware there are 2 petitions to be tabled this evening. I have one of them, and this one comes from Elizabeth Crow, and it's 180 signatures to fix Coriel Road in Curlewis and asphalt that. So thank you very much to Elizabeth for providing that petition, and we've noted that one. And I believe the other petition is from Councillor Sullivan.
Thank you, Mayor Asher. Yes, I have a petition here from Leslie Gordon in Port Arlington, and it's about sealing the signs or the sides of the parking strips along Fenwick Street. It's one of our busiest streets now, just parallel behind the main street of Port Arlington. We're blessed to have very wide roads in Port, but that means when people turn into them, they can come at speed. And when we still have such unsealed sections, which are along the busiest route, along the where the primary school is there, so with traffic pickup, it certainly creates some issues. So I have a few hundred signatures here for the sealing of that area, of the only unsealed area of Fenwick Street, Port Arlington.
Great, thank you, Councillor Sullivan. Do we have any other petitions? No. Okay, thank you. We'll move on to section B, reports, and the first item on...
Excuse me, Madam Mayor, sorry, I didn't raise this with you. I just want to take a moment just to acknowledge an employee of the City of Greater Geelong whose last council meeting it is with us tonight. And Jake Brown has been passionate, very professional in this role. And I would like to take this opportunity to wish him all the best in his future endeavours.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. I'm sure we'll say hear. Thank you, Jake. Clapping from Councillor Maloney on the screen as well. Well done, Jake. You make sure this all works very well. So good luck in your next endeavours. Okay, on to the reports section. The first item is the final Highton Village Urban Design Framework, to be moved by Councillor Nelson and seconded by Councillor Maloney. Thank you, Councillor Nelson.
Thanks. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to defer this item. I just want to get some more information from the officers. I just received a lot of feedback in the last week or so, and just want to make sure that what we put out to the public is right. So just wanted to defer it, please.
Okay, do we have support for deferral? Those in favour?
I'm with the deferral.
What, deferral? Yep. Okay. Then we put it to the vote. Sorry, thank you. That was, who was seconding that one? It was Councillor Maloney. It was actually, I was looking past you, yes. She was waving in the background. So 2 people seconded it. Okay, so I'll put it to the vote. Those in favour of deferring? Thank you. Those against? Carried. Item 2 is the Climate Change Response Plan 2021 to 2030, to be moved by Councillor Maloney and seconded by Councillor Mansfield. Thank you, Councillor Maloney.
Thank you, Mayor Asher. Hi, everyone from Wadawurrung Country. Nice to see you all. I couldn't be more excited to move this item. Tonight, Council is recommended to adopt the Climate Change Response Plan for 2021 to 2030, which is an exciting thing for me. It's a document that's curated, but with the help of so many folks working together to try and create something amazing. And the plan has been a combination of an exhaustive body of work, consultation, lobbying, and for the most part, education for a lot of us. Its main aims are to guide Council and the community's response to climate change issues and its impacts as well, which we can foresee will be great on our community if we don't do something. And not only the key themes emerged, including the targets that we need to set, as was mentioned in the question time, the principles that we need to instill within everything that we do, increased council leadership, so us flying the proverbial and maybe real flag for the environment, advocating, knocking on doors, making sure people hear loud and clear what this leadership message is within this plan, and also putting our money where our mouth is with increased investment and engagement with our communities and business. So the draft plan was sent out for consultation and got 431 comments and 39 submissions from the public, which led to a bunch of changes to be incorporated into the final plan, which is super exciting. If you've had a flip through it, you would see the target of net zero emissions of the city's operations by 2025, which is an amazing and very strong target, which I'm very proud of, and also the Greater Geelong-wide target by 2035, which is also pretty groundbreaking, I would say. There are other things that I could mention, and there's so much to celebrate in this document, like the adoption of different leading technologies to improve the way we use energy within the city. We're also transitioning our vehicles. You might have seen them bopping around with their little green logos on the side, to improve the vehicles and decommission the current ones to create our fleet of energy or low energy or zero carbon emission vehicles. So there's a whole bunch of other initiatives, but I might leave these to other councillors to comment, but I'm super excited to see this plan finally coming back to Council tonight. Thank you, Mayor Asher.
Thank you. And Councillor Mansfield.
Thank you, Mayor Asher. I might reserve my right on this one.
Lovely, thank you. Any other comments on the Climate Change Response Plan? Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mayor Asher. I'm using the word thrilled, and I'm really thrilled with this excellent, reviewable and renewable plan. And I'm really grateful to all of those who've contributed and to officers and councillors alike. It'll give us guidance and a mandate, and part of that mandate is to encourage awareness and understanding. Mayor, I recently thought I might have developed chronic climate fatigue. It's so difficult finding the best ways to communicate these difficult concepts which don't address immediate issues in life's daily struggles. And after 50 years of advocacy, chronic fatigue could be quite possible. But instead I'm thrilled, inspired and energised. Mayor, in 1969, Neil Armstrong had just walked on the moon and photographed a beautiful blue planet, an Earthrise coming over the moon's horizon. It's an iconic photo and everyone's seen it. What an inspiration this was for me as a young science teacher in the 70s. the concept not only of a living planet in space, but spaceship Earth with a unique and special cargo. It was an exciting teaching tool. Earth in the cosmos, spaceship Earth. So many things, so many themes to explore. A beautiful self-sufficient spaceship. A spaceship with all its systems powered by absorbing the sun's energy, combined with its own rotation and gravitational relationship with the moon. No external inputs. A self-sufficient spaceship in perpetual motion, which had its own water, air and waste recycling systems, its own food production systems, its own internal temperature control systems, ecosystems of living beings, plant and animals in cycles of interdependence and biodiversity. It was beautiful. Though self-sufficient, it was all in a delicate balance. Spaceship Earth had evolved into this state. It had not always been so. It might not always be so. Mayor, I felt lucky having this as a teaching tool. Our challenge now is to implement this excellent, reviewable and renewable action plan. And it's urgent, we must do it well. It's critical that we identify clever and creative communication strategies, such as those that were proposed tonight by Mick and David. And these strategies are where we can simply and efficiently enhance awareness, understanding and acceptance of climate change, its causes and effects. Acceptance that one cause is burning of fossil fuels. And no one in their right mind would damage their home air conditioner in order to give someone a job. Why would you do that on a spaceship? I endorse the report.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. It's delightful that you're thrilled. It's a good word. Councillor Harwood.
Thank you, Mayor Asher. I just want to thank Councillor Mason for his passion on this particular topic. Since Councillor Mason came on council, he just didn't start this evening about his passion for climate change and the environment in general. Just a couple of quick points. I'd suggest on my time on council, this will be the most closely watched plan that council has. The change in the community, the change in council towards climate change is absolutely a priority. And we're seeing that now. We're seeing that with this particular document, this plan that has now come forward. No doubt it will have impacts daily. It will evolve over time as it should. And I think it gives genuine acknowledgement to climate change by this council and our commitment as a council to climate change and the effect in our community and in particular to our future inhabitants of our region, and we want that to be the best possible environment that we can provide. We are unique in Geelong. As I often say, we're surrounded by the bush, the beach and the bay, and we sit in the middle. We've got an incredible opportunity to retain that amazing environment. So this is, I guess, acknowledgement of that and how we'll go about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harwood. Councillor Aitken.
Thank you very much, Mayor Asher. Look, my comment is historical, and I want to thank the community for participating in this process, but I really actually want to congratulate Mayor Asher for her leadership in this area, and that is that this council was actually faced with a position to declare a climate emergency without a plan, without any actions, without any broad-based community involvement, and without any public activity targets. And Mayor Asher was the one who actually led the response by this council group that a declaration meant nothing without those plans, without actions, without community involvement, and without recognisable public accountable targets. And tonight's adoption of the Climate Change Response Plan for 21 to 2030 is a direct responsibility of us, which Mayor Asher actually asked us to do over 2 years ago. So, Steph, thank you for actually making a meaningful response to climate emergency, and thank you for leading this council group to actually recognise not only should we declare a climate emergency, but we should have municipal leading responses to that declaration, and we certainly have with tonight's climate change response plan. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Aitken. Any other comments? Very kind. I'd like to say thank you to the officers, specifically to the environment team and also the strategy and performance team, who have worked so hard to ensure that the community's been heard, and just as importantly, educating our whole organisation about how we can move the operations towards a low emissions future. Thank you also to the Sustainability Advisory Committee, who've provided exhaustive and excellent quality feedback throughout the whole process, and particular thanks also to my councillor colleagues for unanimously supporting this journey. I think it's a real credit to everybody involved and fantastic teamwork, so well done everyone. Any other comments? On to Councillor Mansfield.
Thank you, Mayor Asher. I guess there's many things I could say and could have said tonight, but I think overall I'm just very relieved that we've got to this point. This has been a long time coming in. Actually, just as a correction of the historical account, we were given this climate change response plan was actually in the pipeline years ago, well before, as part of our environment strategy that we were developing. So this has been the culmination of a huge amount of work over a long period of time, and thank you to everyone who was involved. Might have taken a bit longer than some had hoped, but now our challenge is really to make up for lost time. And to quote the climate advisor, Aitken, it's the speed of climate action that determines how much harm we will experience. The debate on whether to act has come and gone. This morning I visited the Gumnuts. They're a prep group of 4 and 5-year-olds to hear about what they're doing for our environment. And their passion was really natural and authentic. And what I love about kids is that they genuinely care about our living ecosystems and the welfare of others. They're unmarked by cynicism, they're unencumbered by complexity, and they're not dampened by the reality that we live in, where decades of failure and lack of courage from our leaders continues to drive us towards the edge of irreversible climate change. By the time they're old enough to vote or to run for election themselves, our window of opportunity for meaningful action will be over. While the future is theirs to inherit, it is ours to dictate what that future will look like. One of the strongest messages we've heard from the community feedback on this plan is that they want the City of Greater Geelong to show climate leadership. This is actually the key role they want us to see us play to drive down our city's emissions and to build resilience of the community. One of the actions in the plan is to encourage the regional community to publicly commit to our target of net zero by 2035. And so I'm going to foreshadow now that if this plan is endorsed, I'll bring a notice of motion to the next council meeting to call on the City of Greater Geelong to host a major stakeholder forum at some point next year, as in something like Geelong's own COP, to get all the stakeholders on board and start the conversation we need to be having. In order to reach our targets, we must be leaders in the face of tremendous challenges. Other levels of government have drawn condemnation for their lack of commitment to achieving meaningful change. And at the rate of current reduction, we won't reach net zero until 2294, not 2050. Unproven technology and voluntary commitments are not going to cut it. But we have the solutions. We just need the political and the social will. This is as much a social justice issue as an environmental one. It will be the poorest everywhere who will suffer the most. We have a responsibility to ensure our planning, urban design and transport systems don't compound inequality through the effects of rising urban heat, floods and storms and energy poverty. And this is addressed in the actions of the plan, although I'd really like to see going forward that this is further integrated into our vital communities and social housing work as examples. We need to be building for the future, and that's why I'm really pleased to see that we're actively discouraging gas in new developments and a whole range of other measures that are really forward-looking about the kind of community we want to have, a climate-ready community for the future. So I'm really looking forward to seeing this council and the broader organisation genuinely rising to the challenge that we've been set by everyone in the community tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Mansfield. Go to Councillor Maloney to close.
Thank you, Mayor Asher, and thank you, fellow councillors, for your contributions and for also the discussions that have been fabulous over this time that I've been on council. I want to thank everyone who's contributed in some way, shape or form to this document, especially including the Sustainability Advisory Committee, a group of absolute legends who have really thrown everything they have at this plan and picked it apart, to the council officers, to our portfolio chair, Mayor Asher, and the folks that have submitted their comments and during our community engagement. It really shows, and especially Mick as well, who's in the gallery, and Alan as well, for their really comprehensive review. Without this, we would know what we were doing, but we wouldn't know how much to put our efforts into a certain particular area. Now, if council adopts this plan tonight, I'm probably going to do a cartwheel very shortly off camera, but I really think that this will signal an enormous shift of both council and councillors' perspectives, which is something to be wonderfully commended, and thank you all. It will also signal a shift in our collective understanding of just how critical it is for us to consume sustainably and also take care of our environment, not just for us, living right now, but also our future generations to come. And I know that we've had some wild and windy weather recently, and shows us how much we're at the mercy of nature. But as leaders acting within the interests of our beautiful city of Geelong, we need to take more action than that we do talk. So I really think that we owe it to our community to drive sustainable development, the use of the land and the waterways that our First Nations people have just taken care of beautifully since the dawn of time. And so now I think we need to all individually and as a collective be caretakers too. I really commend this plan as something beautiful to kickstart what will go far towards healing our environment. It'll heal our landscape and also our communities for years to come. And thank you all for your contributions to this plan. Thanks, Mayor Asher.
Thank you, Councillor Maloney. Well said. So we'll put this one to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? Carried. Item 3 is our Domestic Animal Management Plan 2022 to 2025, to be moved by Councillor Grisbeck and seconded by Councillor Aitken. Thank you, Councillor Grisbeck.
Thank you, Mayor Asher. Change of pace. This is the Domestic Animal Management Plan. We have one of the largest animal populations by municipality. That's about 38,000 dogs and cats in 2021 in Geelong, the greater city of Greater Geelong. This plan was open to the community consultation for feedback during August and September, where around 719 submissions were received. More than some planning documents that we put out there. So we know that people are passionate for their pets, especially as we have been home with them for the last 18 months. We don't want them to feel neglected as we go forward. Actions from this report include more dog parks. Now, we've all seen the amazing support that we have had for those few parks that we have around Greater Geelong, and they're being well used to the point of overused and have to be revegetated. So we're really pleased that we will be putting some more dog parks in. Speaking of sustainability, as we've just talked about in the previous item, we're going to investigate sustainable poo bags. Now, I know it's not flash and exciting, but that is really important in the whole sustainability round circle. I also might say that this is not an anti-cat plan. Whilst it might look like we're trying to ban cats and have a vendetta against cats, it is simply not true. I am a cat person and a dog person, but please read the plan, not the headlines around curfew of cats. This plan does say that we will do an investigation into curfew of cats. It was included as direct feedback from the community that they wanted us to investigate it. This does not mean we are on a planning curfew now for cats. It is an investigation over the course of this plan. So I might leave it there, Mayor Asher. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Grisbeck. Well introduced. Councillor Aitken.
Thank you very much, Mayor Asher. Look, this is an important document because this is actually setting a framework about how we're going to maintain pet-friendly, active and safe region for our dogs and cats. And just to throw a few more statistics out there, about 50% of households in Geelong have one dog, and about 30% of all households have one cat. And in fact, during COVID, there's been an 18% increase in the number of households that actually have either a dog or cat. And what that has actually taught us is that during COVID, clearly the mental health benefits of pet ownership is a significant thing that people have looked towards, and Geelong has been part of that as well too. So it is important that we have this response that Council is working on, and I'm really proud that it's this Council that built the first major dog park out at Belmont. We had a smaller one out at Corio, but it is this Council that's also committed to build a number of new significant regional dog parks, and Kylie and I are very proud to say the one at Lara is currently under construction, and it probably is the most significant piece of council open space build that has received public endorsement and public comment to Kylie and I, and people cannot wait to actually get to the dog park, and all of us know how much the community loved the dog park that was built next to the Barwon River in Belmont. So we do love our cats and our dogs in Geelong, and this document ensures that we do that love in a very controlled, constructive and active way as pet owners. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Aitken. Any other comments? Councillor Sullivan.
Thank you, Mayor Asher. I do endorse the words of my councillors before here, because this is a fantastic plan, I do believe. You know, domestic animal management, you know, it's not one of the dressy topics, but it's close to everybody's hearts, and it's a key core function of council. I'm very excited that another dog park will be built in the Ballerine. We enjoy a healthy dose of having our dogs in the reserves that we have and on the beaches that we have, but socialisation is a very important part of responsible pet ownership. Sustainable poo bags, you know, getting people to collect up after the waste of their pet is half the battle. Disposing of that is the rest of it, to make sure it's done appropriately and sustainably. Responsible cat ownership, and I will actually go a little bit different here to Councillor Grisbeck. I have a dog, it stays in my yard. I have a cat, it stays in the house. I'll be absolutely damned before the cat steps a single foot outside my property. Because this is actually a serious issue. You know, our local flora, fauna, our bird life, our small marsupials, our small insects, lizards, all that. You know, cats out and about in the Australian bush do not mix. I'm sure Councillor Mason here will agree with me on that one. But, so I'm very pro-cat curfew to protect our local environment. But as I said, you know, we have so many responsible pet owners in our great city. It is unfortunate that we have those who are not. And it's by that we must measure how we, you know, the safety of our society. I myself have been out walking my dog and it's been attacked. And my mother's been walking her dog, it has been attacked. You know, responsible dog ownership is vital. So very pro that. But yeah, happy to support this, Madam Mayor. And we'll see where we go. I think my mic cut out then.
Thank you, Councillor Sullivan. I think all the mics are gone. Is my mic gone? Shall I just shout? Okay. Thank you, Councillor Sullivan. Do we have anyone else ready to talk? We've got Councillor Mason.
Oh, you go, Jim.
Councillor Mason. Yell.
I endorse all that's been said, and I think it's a really excellent plan. And I'm mindful, actually, that the pets are so important in people's lives, and we've said a lot about that tonight already, people's health and well-being. But the well-being of the animals also is extremely important, and it does require responsible management. And that's another thing that this report takes on board. And part of the responsible management is the desexing of animals. And endorsing what Councillor Sullivan just said, I was listening to a CSIRO report just this morning, and this report emphasised the need for the responsible management of pets, in that the biodiversity threat by invasive introduced animals on native wildlife is really quite substantial. And if you look at cats, there are 3.8 million pet cats in Australia, and there are 2.8 million feral cats. And of course, that's why desexing is important, and it's why we do have to have responsible management. I'll leave it at that. Thanks, Mayor Asher.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. Councillor Nelson.
Madam Mayor, yeah, I just wanted to highlight dog parks and how used they are by our community. As Councillor Aitken said, the bike park that was announced back in June, I think, was a soft opening. but it was so well used we had to close it because it was overused to the point where it was just a big mud pit because the dogs were just running around and around and around. It just got more and more wet and more trodden. I'm happy to say that with Councillor Murray and the member for Geelong, we reopened the park last week, the week before, a couple of weeks ago, with Frankie and Councillor Murray's dog and Bella, my dog, and the member for Geelong, Christine Cousins, didn't bring her dog because she said it would just run around too much and cause havoc. But, you know, that's what the dog park's for, you know, get rid of that energy. And it's a good place to socialise for people as well as dogs. The only thing I don't like about this report is there's not a proposal for one in Armstrong Creek. So hopefully we can put that in the budget coming up when we start budget discussions on Saturday. That's it, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Any other comments on the domestic animal management plan? Oh, Councillor Grisbeck to close.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillor Sullivan and I will debate this privately about cats, but we'll take it out the back. We'll take it out the back. We will, yeah. I think one of the most important focuses of this plan is the educational piece for communities. So it talks about responsible ownership of pets, which encompasses things like how to look after your cat or dog, to minimise the risks about uncontrolled dogs. We have a lot of dog attacks in the city, and this is about education of people about responsible pet ownership. So I look forward to some of these actions out of this plan coming to fruition, and I'm pleased that we can hopefully endorse this plan tonight, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Grisbeck. On that note, we will put it to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? Carried. Item 4, just to keep the theme going, is the dog control orders for land managed by Barwon Coast Committee of Management, to be moved by Councillor Mason and seconded by Councillor Sullivan. Thank you, Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mayor Asher. We've not yet finalised this difficult problem of dog orders along Barwon Coast. This is to present community feedback regarding the first year trial of dog control orders at Ocean Grove Main Beach, commonly known as Area D, and to seek an order to continue the second year stage of the trial. In this first year, dog walking was allowed on leash from the 1st of May to the 30th of November in Area D and prohibited in Area D for the remainder of the year. At the time, Council agreed in principle to have a second phase where dogs would be prohibited throughout the second year. We must now formally gain the approval to go ahead with this second phase. A second survey will be conducted by the consultants during July and August in 2022. This will be compiled and reported on in collaboration with Barwon Coast Committee of Management. The timing allows for Council and the Barwon Coast Committee of Management decisions on the future of the dog orders prior to the 22-23 summer period. Mayor, Councillor officers recommend that once the Ocean Grove Main Beach trial and second stage engagement is complete, that there be a further review of the orders and to simplify them and consider community feedback on the main beach and more broadly across the Barwon Coast Committee Management land. It's also important that the City remain objective and meet its commitment to a 2-year trial to offer a balanced trial experience to both dog owners and non-dog owners. So there is a lot more work to do yet. It must also be understood that the Barwon Coast is the manager of the land, while the City has the responsibility of making, overseeing and implementing the dog orders. Clearly, there must be collaboration and agreement by both parties. Similarly, we have statutory responsibilities to consider environmental values of the managed land, and we must protect areas of environmental significance through restricting access to these areas. And so we have the first phase results from the independent consultant Kismet Forward for public review. One important community feedback is consistent reference to lack of visibility of officers and lack of compliance as a result. there's a perception that officer presence has a positive impact both on compliance and understanding of dog control orders. Unfortunately, current resourcing levels don't allow for additional patrols, and Barwon Coast Committee of Management currently contribute approximately 0.5 EFT for a city environmental ranger. And so we also recommend here to the CEO that he ensure review of an animal management resources to educate and enforce dog orders in alignment with community expectations. And so some of the other main points about this first Kismet report are that the survey was taken over 6 weeks and 1,140 participants provided feedback. 79% understood it was a 2-year trial. 76% were dog owners. Walking dogs contributes to owners and dogs' health and well-being. We've said that a couple of times tonight already. And 48% of the respondents supported dogs being allowed off-leash, 29% supported dogs being on-leash, and 22% preferred that dogs are prohibited. So, Mayor, many respondents commented on the dog orders and broadly indicating support or disagreement with conditions outside the trial area. This is consistent with other recent animal management engagement activities and complain the orders are not consistent with other coastal areas in the region. So, Mayor Asher, I'll leave it to Councillor Sullivan and others to make further comment.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. Councillor Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Is that on? My microphone? Yep, beautiful, thank you. I'm not quite sure what there is to add, Councillor Mason. You've really got it all there. Yeah, these dog controls, well, they often generate opposing views within the community between dog owners, non-dog owners, non-dog owners and non-dog owners, and dog owners and dog owners. But the report here states that the BCCM and the city are seeking to find an appropriate balance that provides areas to safely enjoy the coast for a variety of users, whilst also protecting the significant environmental factors and values. We've done 1 year of the trial. We're here where we are. We're committed to another year ahead, so we can finalise this and we can have all the information we make to have to make on a solid, ongoing plan about how we treat, dog owners and non-dog owners within our society. What sort of equilibrium can we reach? We know it's something we definitely have to deal with. It's definitely part of the coastal regional lifestyle that we have. I thoroughly enjoy taking my dog for a walk down to the beach just as much as anybody else does, all the way there. But, yep, here we are now, happy with where we're at, and we've got 12 months ahead of us, so looking forward to the final results.
Thank you, Councillor Sullivan. Any other comments on this one? I'll just say I agree wholeheartedly with Councillor Mason's comments about the need for further consultation and simplification of the orders. I think we all hear that as Bellarine Ward councillors, and there is certainly a strong push to align with the orders of the Surf Coast, which makes a lot of sense to those of us who live on the southern ocean-facing coast. So we look forward to keeping the conversation going. Happy to close, Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mayor Asher, and thank you to you and to Councillor Sullivan for rounding off what I said. Certainly we do need to find a sweet spot or an equilibrium, and equilibrium in a community where there's such diverse views will not be simple, and we do have to understand that everyone has to understand we have to come to a position sooner or later, and they'll have to come to a position of acceptance as well. So in that coming to that position of acceptance, I hope we can simplify it substantially, and that we do find that sweet spot or point of equilibrium, as Councillor Sullivan said. Thank you.
Lovely. Thank you, Councillor Mason. We'll put this motion to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? Carried. Item 5 is the Financial Management Report, to be moved by Councillor Aitken and seconded by Councillor Contell. Thank you, Councillor Aitken.
Thank you very much, Mayor Asher. Look, it's my pleasure, Chair of the Finance Portfolio of the City of Greater Geelong, to present our first financial report for the 21-22 financial year. And look, I'll just focus on the current operating side of the business, and that is that's the side of the business where we spend our money predominantly, and it's also the side of the business where we get our income in, which is most people would associate that through sales. What this report does show to us is that it actually demonstrates the difficulty of actually budgeting during the COVID period. And we did anticipate that we would have a deficit at this point of the year of $2.3 million. And in fact, we've got a surplus of $5 million. Now, you might get excited about that if you actually looked at that in the raw sense. But what it does do, the major reason why we have a surplus is because our expenditure was less than the income loss that we had during that September quarter. So what that certainly tells me, and it should be telling the CEO of the City of Greater Geelong, we certainly have a challenging cost structures in how we council's delivering our services. And the reason for that is that the restrictions are actually why we didn't meet our budget projections. And those restrictions are actually, we lost about $4 million of income, but in fact we actually gained about $7.3 million worth of expenditure not actually undertaken because we stopped delivering those services. So that actually should be a warning sign for the council group and the broader community. We certainly do have a challenge in terms of our cost structures of services that we're delivering within the city. A couple of favourable items that actually assisted us during the September quarter were we did receive about $1.2 million worth of additional rates through supplementary rates, which is the expansion that Geelong is undertaking at the present time. We also received $1 million favourable additional government grants during this period. But what we did do, we didn't spend $3.8 million in employee costs. We also had reduced depreciation costs of $1.6 million. And we also had other favourable expenditure reductions. Our contractor costs were down by $1.2 million. Our training was down by about $300,000. Our consultants were down by about $400,000. And we also, through the sale of our fleet, we actually gained about $600,000 as well too during this quarter. So what does this mean for the City of Greater Geelong? Well, it is anticipated now that our end-of-year deficit is actually going to be less. So we're not looking at around about $8 million deficit. We're looking at about a $4.8 to $5 million deficit. However, those projections do not include any decisions that Council makes tonight in terms of COVID supports. So when we do make our decision about COVID supports, please understand that it is going to go straight to our bottom line and increase our deficit that we have for the City of Greater Geelong. I will leave it there, Mayor Asher. I think I've tried to simplify as much as possible for those that are in the gallery and also those at home in terms of our financial position for the City of Greater Geelong.
Thank you, Councillor Aitken. Very well articulated. Councillor Contell.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Is it on? Okay, thank you. Councillor Aitken has articulated that well in terms of the highlights, so I won't go into too much more detail other than talk a little bit about capital expenditure. So we'll see that capital expenditure is down on budget at $35.4 million against a budget of $42 million. Predominantly that is a timing issue, most of that being in Armstrong Creek land acquisitions and also a civic accommodation. Councillor Anthony Aitken also talked about our recurrent results. The only thing he didn't mention was, but he alluded to it in terms of our services. There was an unfavourable result of also some $4 million in user charges, and that's aligned with COVID because we had a whole number of facilities such as our leisure facilities and some of our arts facilities closed during that period of time. So we weren't able to generate those charges from there. Other than that, Councillor Anthony has hit on all of the other highlights that I would have spoken to, so I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Councillor Contell. Any other comments on this report? Thank you, Councillor Aitken.
Nothing further to add, Mayor Asher, thank you.
Okay, we'll put the financial management report to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? Carried. Item 6 is the Financial Hardship Council Policy, to be moved by Councillor Aitken and seconded by Councillor Grisbeck. Thank you, Councillor Aitken.
Thank you very much, Mayor Asher. Look, when you work in finance, it's usually not a pleasure to do something. but I'm actually really proud of the team at the City of Greater Geelong and the council group for actually creating this new financial hardship policy. The council group has received significant community feedback at both residential and commercial level about the impacts of our rating and rates during the last 2 years because of COVID. And the community and the commercial community has actually said to us, it's actually damn hard in terms, and is affecting our cash flow, and is a significant impact on us to be able to continue to operate in Geelong with the rate structure that we have. And council, to the credit of our officers at the City of Greater Geelong, they have worked with the council group, they've worked with the finance portfolio to actually come up with an industry-leading response to hardship. And I'm pleased tonight that the proposed policy that's been presented before council tonight introduces ethics into financial hardship assessment. Council tonight is actually saying when a residential ratepayer actually comes before us with a hardship request associated with rates, we will actually encourage them as a first step before we make an assistance to actually seek some financial counselling support. Now, we've never done that before. We've actually just assessed it on a pure financial basis. So we're actually saying operationally, there's an ethical responsibility of us to actually support somebody who's actually saying that they've got problems with their residential rate systems that we have. We are endorsing tonight that a residential ratepayer can have up to $1,000 rate relief if they can present information, and it will be assessed. And we are trying to make that assessment process easier. And to give some stats, last financial year we didn't have any residential ratepayers that were eligible for financial hardship under our existing policy. And that actually put a shiver down the spines of this council group, because last year was probably one of the most significant financial hardship years we've experienced with COVID. But the real nucleus of this document is actually our commercial financial hardship package. And this is industry leading for local government in Victoria and has the potential to expose the council to about $3.3 million worth of commercial rate relief under our hardship policy. At the present time, a commercial operator under our financial hardship policy can only get a maximum waiver of $1,000. And last year we issued 53, so it was $53,000 worth of financial hardship. To the credit of our financial team, they actually looked at those applications and they looked at the requests that were being made to the council group and directly to the council about financial support for the business community. And the most the appropriate response is what's been presented before council tonight. The appropriate response is that we are actually now going to develop a hardship policy that isn't just available during COVID, but it actually is a hardship policy that can assist our commercial ratepayers if there's a fire, if there's a flood, or if there's another emergency event that actually stops them from being able to trade and actually generate income. And we will, as a council group, allow up to 25% of the total of someone's rates to actually be waived. And to give an example to the councillors, an example is our hospitality sector has been bastardised by COVID. In fact, they have not been able to operate. And then when they were able to open, they had significant restriction numbers on how many people could actually enter their venue. They never had the capacity to be able to generate the funds that they needed during these restriction periods, but they were only eligible for $1,000 worth of rate release. We have multiple hospitality venues in Geelong that are paying between $70,000 and $120,000 worth of rates per year. This new policy, if it is adopted tonight by the council group, will enable our officers to actually assess the genuine hardship of commercial ratepayers and give them up to a 25% waiver of their rates associated with the application that they present forward. And that means those hospitality and venues that have suffered so severely during COVID since the 1st of July this year will be able to put forward an application, present evidence that we can validate and prove that they are eligible for the waiver and receive up to a 25% waiver of their rates, even if it is a rate bill for $130,000. I think this is the most appropriate way for us to respond to the requests about rate relief. It means that we will assess it on an individual basis. It means it will be assessed on evidence, and it will mean that we are giving, for the first time ever, significant potential rate relief to our commercial ratepayers, and it means we'll also have an ethical response when we are responding with our residential ratepayers. Mayor Asher.
Thank you, Councillor Aitken. Councillor Grisbeck.
I think Councillor Aitken has done a stellar job, Mayor Asher, nothing further.
He has indeed. Any other comments on this particular policy? Councillor Contel.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, this is an extremely important report that's coming to Council tonight because particularly a number of us have been engaging with the commercial building owners and also business operators, and over the last couple of years, but in particular the last 12 months, the Packington Street Traders Association is just one example of those groups. A whole number of businesses in the CBD, particularly Little Mallock Street, that have been talking to us about the difficulty in just being able to meet their operating costs in what has been a very subdued market, where many of them have been closed, haven't been able to generate revenues, particularly in, as Councillor Anthony Aitken has mentioned, in hospitality, in the hospitality industry, and the fact that they are now being listened to by this council separately to the COVID support package, I think really speaks volumes that we have heard them. We know that it still won't be enough, but this is a step forward along with some of the changes that we made in the budget to commercial rates. There's more still to be done in this space, and we'll be looking at that as we head into deliberations and the building of the 2021-2022 budget. But at this point in time, I think this is a very good step forward.
Thank you.
That's
it. Thank you, Councillor Mansfield.
Thank you, Mayor Asher. Look, I'm supportive of this motion. I think it'll be really important to monitor the data on this one, see who is using, who is applying for rates waivers, how many are approved, and really get a sense of whether this is addressing the needs that are there in the community. We all know that there have been difficulties experienced by both residents and businesses through this time, and I think, you know, as this is, after this is rolled out, you know, as we review the figures coming into next year, I guess I'm really interested to know to get some data on that and make sure that we've got this policy right. And if we don't, I think it's important that we review it once again to ensure that we are providing genuine hardship support for those who need it in our community.
Thank you, Councillor Mansfield. Any other comments on this one? Bless you. Councillor Aitken to close.
Thank you, Asher. Look, I do want to thank Narelle and Karen and Michael, our Director of Finance that leads that area. All of them listen to us as the councillors. They listen to the community, both residential and commercial. And we are now giving them some tools that they've never had before to be able to respond in appropriate and a sympathetic way to financial hardship in the city of Greater Geelong. And I too look forward to the actual data associated with this policy, but the organisations never had the tools that we're giving them tonight, and I look forward to them exercising it with the diligence and the responsibility that I know they will do that.
Thank you, Councillor Aitken. We'll put this one to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? Carried. Item 7 is the COVID-19 support initiatives, to be moved by Councillor Aitken and seconded by Councillor Sullivan. Councillor
Madam
Contel.
Mayor, I've got an amendment I'd like to move for discussion tonight, please?
A seconder for the amendment. Councillor Nelson, thank you. If you could just state what the amendment is, Councillor Contell, and then we can debate it.
You want me to read it out, Madam Mayor?
That would be great.
Okay.
Because we don't have a screen.
Here I go.
Yep. Thank you.
The amendment is that Council acknowledge the significant impact the COVID-19 pandemic continues to have on the community and the economy. 2, approve a commitment of up to $2,040,000 in the 2021-2022 budget to COVID-19 support initiatives for the community, businesses, the arts and culture and tourism industries. 3, approve free CBD on-street parking in 2P metered zones from the 1st of December 21 till the 31st of December 21, with parking time limits to remain in place, with an estimated foregone revenue of $190,000. That also includes infringements, an estimate on infringements. Request the CEO to investigate further support to retail, hospitality and entertainment businesses in City of Greater Geelong through a voucher or refund scheme or similar, and report to Council by no later than March 2022 on these findings. And 5, note the inclusions in the new Financial Hardship Council policy.
Thank you, Councillor Contell. So, Councillor Aitken, you're okay that we consider this amendment? We will now debate this one. Yes?
I'm happy to accept the amendment, yeah.
Okay. Councillor Contell.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. As you'll remember, it was some 5-6 weeks ago that I actually raised it during Council only time that I thought we needed to be looking at another COVID support package, which is coming to Council tonight. And of course, there's been great contribution by all members of the Council group and also officers. One of the items that didn't get into the package that I'd like us to consider is off the back, or 2 items that didn't get considered, is off the back of the business community and others encouraging me to bring these 2 items to Council. We've just talked about how difficult it has been, not only for businesses, but also the entire community here in Geelong. In fact, probably globally, but certainly we're speaking about Geelong today. And you've either had those that have not been able to work and as such have lost revenues and the ability to be able to fund their livelihoods, and then there's those that are the working poor, because as Councillor Anthony Aitken just indicated before, the cost of living continues to go up. We tend to be paying more taxes and rates every day, and everywhere we look there is a charge. And where the community is at this point in time, which is trying to slowly rebuild, what the 2 initiatives that I've put forward are looking to do is to, 1, build some hope, 2, provide some support as we head into Christmas, and also to drive some building, business building initiatives. So the first one is to provide 30 days of free on-street CBD parking in 2P zones. We know how important free parking is to generating visitations to shopping precincts. That's been proven when you look at areas such as Packington Street, Warm Ponds, Highton, Hugh Street even, where people continually tell me that they go to shop and socialise because they can afford it and because parking is free. I was talking to just some business owners last week, in fact, that have businesses here in Geelong and also businesses in Melbourne. And they were surveyed by the Melbourne City Council, from what I understand. And one of the questions was, what would it take for people to come back into the CBD in Melbourne? It was a wide survey. And the number 1 response was free parking. So we're no different. people go where they can afford to go. And at the moment, people are struggling financially as we head into Christmas. Beyond Christmas, there's more to be done to help us rebuild and help the economy continue to stimulate small businesses in and around Geelong. And so one of the initiatives is that we asked the CEO to look into programs that may already exist. In fact, we know of one, again, in the Melbourne City Council, where there is a rebate or a credit provided to a customer that may spend some amount of funding at a restaurant or a cafe or a business. They're encouraged to stay and spend more by receiving a percentage credit on their spend in those outlets. So that's the initiative that we've got in this amendment, is asking the CEO to look into those types of programs, see if there's any state government support available for those, which would encourage people to come back out. We know people are hesitant. Whilst many of us have been waiting to get back out of our homes and start to socialise, there's also those that are hesitant to do that. This is a way of trying to encourage people back into the community and back into the small businesses, which will obviously continue to stimulate the economy and support those small businesses that have been doing it so tough over this last couple of years.
Thank you, Councillor Contell. Councillor Nelson.
I don't think I could say anything more than Councillor Contell has already said. Just to back up his comments of trying to keep those businesses that are in the CBD functioning. It's probably a good time not to let the foot off, but just to keep going through the Christmas period to get people spending money in the CBD. There's too many shops that are closed, and that's what we're trying to avoid. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mayor Asher. I'd like to commend Councillor Contell for his persistent support and very strong and support for the business community, and the whole community for that matter. But we're only talking at the moment about the CBD. I commend Councillor Contell for that spirit, and I think it's a very creative and clever idea. Point 4, Councillor Contell, where we investigate further retail, hospitality, etc., through a voucher system. I think there's a lot going for that idea, and I do hope that the CEO could take it on one way or another. Unfortunately, I can't support. I've been consistently against free parking, and it would be hypocritical of me to take a different position now. And I don't want to go through the full arguments about free parking now, other than to say that the roads are very busy. I just noticed tonight that was chock-a-block, the cars everywhere. So there is increased activity. And I think that the $190,000 that we would forego for inefficient parking because it's not regulated, inefficient parking because there is an efficiency dividend in having it regulated, I think that $190,000 would be better directed into the voucher system and increase I think there was whatever it was, Councillor Contell, I suddenly forget the original, was 500,000, I think. But anyway, an extra 190k into that would be far greater benefit to the community than free parking. So I wish it had been in 2 sections, because I would like to have supported section 4 of your amendment, Councillor Contell.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. Councillor Grisbeck.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It would be hypocritical of me not to support free parking, considering that I've supported free parking since the get-go. A lot of people that I have spoken to and that have, there has been a local radio station which has supported the particular free parking initiative and says what a great idea it is, and that particular radio station has got many calls from community members that have said they enjoy that free parking. It makes them want to come into the CBD. It makes them want to come and use the businesses in the CBD. People do have options. If they wish to pay for parking, they can go and park at Westfield. They could go and park at the other one, Market Square. Sorry, they can stay longer than 2 hours. In my view, they can pay for the extra hour if they're having a if they're coming in during the day, which is what we have at the moment. If you are parking in a 2 hour zone, if you want to stay for a longer lunch, then you pay an extra amount of money. I'm supportive of the 2p change requested here in this amendment. I think, for the Christmas period, it's only 30 days. This is 30 days of giving free CBD on-street parking in 2 hour spots. This does not include the 3 hour spots, the 10-minute spots, the 20-minute spots. This is just the 2p metered zones. It will be timed. So this is not about people parking in these parks all day, every day. It will still be timed. You still need to use your app and log yourself on to that particular park. If you're modern and use the apps, you still need to go to the machine and make sure you get your ticket for those 2 hours if you are not using the app. This is around trying to get people to come back into the CBD. I've supported Councillor Contel on this particular item before, and I will continue to do so. The item number 4 that we're talking about, the amendment, I'm pleased that Councillor Contel has brought that to in this amendment. I think we look at similar councils like the City of Melbourne, where these kinds of schemes can be rolled out fairly quickly because they've got the infrastructure and all the policies and procedures behind it. What we're asking here from my perspective is asking the CEO to investigate the support for us to be able to do this further with hospitality, retail, entertainment businesses. Whether it is a refund scheme directly to the individual, or whether it is a refund scheme directly to business, or whether it is incentive for people to come back into the CBD in some way, shape or form, I look forward to the report coming back if this is adopted. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Grisbeck. Councillor Murray.
Thank you. And just straight off the bat, I'm in favour of the item 4 in the amendment, so no issue with that. But I'm really disappointed that we have to go down the same road again in relation to debating free parking in the chamber. And, to use the expression, we're flogging a dead horse because we probably all know which way this vote's going to go in the finish. But we have to front up and debate it again. But things are a bit different with this one than in previous one. The second hour is now free. It's part of the budget. It's in a 4-year second hour free. The first hour now is completely different. It means you can park somewhere outside a business for nearly 2.5 hours because you get 1 hour, you get 2 hours, you get probably 20 minutes grace, and they are not timed. They are not timed. What this is doing is sending the council back to chalk on the tyres because the meter won't be used. The meter won't be used. So it's not a ticket, it's chalk on the tyre. So there will be no parking fines issued, I can guarantee that. Yesterday I spent 3 hours walking the streets of Geelong, Ryrie Street, Moorabool Street, going into businesses and just saying to them, do you support a first hour free? And to be fair, about 50% said yes. And they were the staff, they weren't owners of the business. The staff love it because they can park out the front. Well, if they don't park out the front of that business, they'll park out the front of the business down the road for over 2.5 hours. And in the morning, what they do, it's about lunchtime, they get out and move their cars. By mid-afternoon, they don't have to worry about it. They park there all day. This is in effect what will happen to the CBD. There's no proof, there's no evidence that free parking increases visitation to the CBD. There's simply none. And we've debated it again and again, yet I know what track we're going to go down again tonight. Like some staff, one staff member said, yeah, make it free, then I won't have to park at Haymarket. I'll just park out the front. How is that good for the CBD? And one other shop owner said, no, okay, give us the first hour free, but charge the second hour. And doesn't that make sense? Of course it does. Not this 2.5 hours free where we back to chalk on the tyres because we're not using a meter and there's no proof it does anything for the CBD. We know the result. Chalk on the tyres, you know, they're not monitored. The parking meters will not be monitored. You can go and park there 2.5 hours, then just move it, you know, if you want. And there'll be no parking fines issued. And then on the 1st of January 2022, confusion will reign because what do? We revert back to, no, hang on, what do? Oh no, the second hour's free. Oh, no, what do? Do we have to pay for the park first hour? This is what they're saying now. Imagine what they're going to say on the 1st of January. Yeah.
Thanks, Councillor Murray. Any others to talk about this one? Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mayor Asher. Again, I concur with the comments in relation to the free parking and the, I guess, unwavering belief that it is a panacea to fix the CBD issues of some businesses that have struggled during COVID. Again, we've probably been, I guess, poorly provided when it comes to actual data, what the true evidence tells us about free parking. We're still very, very light on for the truth of free parking. And I don't believe that it does generate visitation as such. I know it's been touched on by Councillor Contel that it's the reason people go to Warren Ponds, Paco, Grove Village, etc. And that there may be some truth in that, but the fact is those particular shopping precincts provide an enormous amount of opportunity and choice for the consumer. So of course they're going to go there if it's convenient for them to do that. I think the offering of the precinct is what dictates why people go to certain areas. People come into the CBD for very specific reasons. And again, I think it's, look, I guess hats off to Councillor Contel. It's another opportunity to, to perhaps, slip in a bit more free parking. And, I get his passion for that, but again, I'm just not convinced that it's the right thing to do. And again, $200,000, $190,000 rolls off the tongue pretty quickly. In actual fact, it's real money. It's real money from the budget. And we heard earlier, the budget, while we seem to have been trading a little better than we expected, I suspect for our finance department, it's been trying to hit a moving target on occasions with some of the things that have occurred during COVID. So it's been probably a very difficult time for them, but fortunately we seem to be tracking quite well. I guess, as Councillor Mason said at the very beginning of all this, who doesn't like free stuff? If someone's going to offer something for free, of course we're going to put our hand up and bat hard for it. But again, in this particular instance, I don't believe it's the right thing in relation to free parking. Item 4, in relation to the voucher program, that's a whole different discussion. But again, having made a few inquiries up with Melbourne, it might be a bit of a careful what you wish for scenario, because it has been incredibly problematic for the Melbourne Council to implement and actually govern. So it's just food for thought that it'd be good to do our homework and our due diligence before we jump in to that particular scenario and find out exactly what it means. Not so much cost-wise, but also what it means for the staff to administer, because back of house, it is an incredibly complex procedure to go through. So hopefully our CEO will come back with more information about that process. Support it? Absolutely, but I'd like to see the fine detail before we jump up and down about how great it is. Thank you.
Councillor Howard. Councillor Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's no secret I've often supported free parking in the past, and I think we have an opportunity right now. We are in a period, we just have 1 month here, the month of December, and we're coming into a COVID opening up. We can go out now, we have major events, people have restaurants, we have nightlife, we're seeing people walking along our waterfront. We have free parking on our weekends, where more people have time off, they get to relax. We have people in industries, certain industries still run very much the same. You have your hospitality, you have nightlife, you have your arts, culture, all of the above. We wouldn't dream of taking away our free parking from the weekends now. Not only does the community love it, the businesses love it at the same time. When entering a period of reopening and rejoice, what we are now, into the Christmas time where people are finally taking time off, having some leisure, going into town, spending some loose change here and there, even more, they finally have a chance to enjoy themselves and to create that sort of spirit that we've been looking for nearly 2 years. I just don't see why I wouldn't pursue, like December. It's just 1 month of free parking. It's extending the month of December from a weekend really to an entire month for people to enjoy themselves and get out and about. I'm behind free parking, and for that reason, as Councillor Grisbeck said, the public love it. You'll be surprised how many people a barrier of paying a few dollars an hour is a massive barrier for people. People will drive, are happy to drive, 50 kilometres, 40 kilometres to get free parking, but they won't drive 20 kilometres in the CBD. The distances that the psychological effect it has is quite intense. I know people that will drive around for a long, long time to find a free park, overpaying a couple of dollars for a much more convenient one. But I just think coming right now into December, into the Christmas period, this is just a fantastic opportunity. It's something that the people of Geelong will cherish, and I think we will see our reward for it. So I'm more than happy to support this, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Sullivan. Any other comments on this one? Councillor Aitken.
Thank you very much, Mayor Asher.
Oh, and Councillor Martin, sorry.
Can we afford it? Yes, we can. The issue isn't about free parking, it's actually about paid parking, because we actually have free parking everywhere in the city of Greater Geelong except for the CBD, where we have paid parking. And this issue is actually about, is the CBD competitive? Well, what we do know is one of the major disadvantages of operating a business in the CBD is that you have to actually have paid parking. If you and the CBD is not competitive against High Street in Belmont. It is not competitive against Warren Ponds. It is not competitive against Lara. It is not competitive against Leopold. It is not competitive against Armstrong Creek. It is not competitive against Port Arlington. It is not competitive against Drysdale. It is not competitive against East Geelong. It is not competitive about Pakenham Street in Newtown. It is not competitive to every single other business and retail shopping strip area in the city of Greater Geelong. And you know why it's not? It's because we have paid parking within the CBD area. And that's actually what we're really talking about, is the competitiveness of actually trying to operate a business in the city of Greater Geelong and trying to actually take one of the disadvantages of operating in the CBD of Geelong. So, as I said, can we afford this? Well, the reality is this is a COVID response. Our CBD is actually suffering just like the City of Melbourne CBD is, just like the City of Sydney CBD is, and just like Brisbane Council CBD. Guess what all those councils did? They actually introduced free parking and reduced paid car parking. But in Geelong, we can't talk about doing that in Geelong because we have this philosophical opposition to the belief that paid parking should only be in the CBD of Geelong and everywhere else should have free parking. There is no consistency with the council in their arguments that they're presenting. Geelong should either have paid parking at every single retail strip and shopping centre in the whole of the CBD to actually create a competitive advantage. They're all the same. But what we are entrenching is that we are penalising anybody in the CBD of Geelong that wants to operate as a retailer or operate as another business because you have this additional impost imposed on you, which is called paid parking. We have limited measures as a council to be able to introduce something quickly, and this is one of those that we can do. All of us support a voucher system, but it can't be brought in by the 1st of December. What we can do, though, is we can introduce 30 days free parking to assist during December, the largest trading retail month of the year, and we can support those businesses and people who were going to go to Warm Ponds, Ocean Grove, Packington Street, Armstrong Creek, and actually take one of the imperatives for them driving into the CBD, and that is paid parking. We are removing paid parking for 30 days. We financially can afford it as a council group at $190,000, and we should see supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Aitken. Councillor Maloney.
Thank you, everyone, for your kind words, and also thank you, Eddie, for putting this up, because it's really important for us to debate. Can you hear me, Jake? 5 seconds. Am I really quiet? No? Never. Sure. Good to go.
Speakerphone. In the meantime, while we try and get Councillor Maloney on the phone, I'll go to Councillor Mansfield. Okay, go Councillor Mansfield.
Thank you, Mayor Asher, and thanks again, Councillor Contell, for, as others have noted, you're bringing your passionate commitment to free parking to council once again. Look, I consistent with previous statements I've made on this, I'm pretty agnostic about free parking. It's not a philosophical thing that I object to it or support it, but I am in favour of using evidence-based tools to manage parking. That's our job, is to manage parking effectively. And the feedback that we're getting consistently from people who, both businesses and residents who use the CBD, is that their greatest problem is parking availability. People can't find parking, or they get sick of being stuck in congestion, and we know that a major contributor to congestion is people looking for on-street parking. So we're not managing the parking as well as we could at the moment, and we know that from evidence elsewhere, and as has been pointed out, it'd be good if we could get some more evidence locally, but we know from evidence elsewhere that free parking doesn't necessarily contribute to parking availability. It can actually make that worse, because it doesn't improve turnover, and it also it adds to congestion. So it can. What my concern is, coming into the Christmas period, where business really need people to come in, is we're going to be adding inadvertently, while we think we're bringing people in with the appeal of free parking, we're actually going to make it harder for people to get a park, which may just turn them off from staying, and they'll just go, well, can't be bothered looking for a park anymore, I'll go somewhere else. The other thing that we've got to add into the mix is that the big car parks, the Westfield and Market Square, they're charging for parking. And so if you can get a free on-street park, of course you're going to try and look for that. So you're going to have people circling, looking for these free parks. But we are hearing from business, they want people coming in, doing their shopping and moving out, making that park available for someone else. So, you know, I really have to go with what the evidence says on this. The comments made about what we should be doing across the municipality, I think we should be having an evidence-based approach to every part of the city. We don't go in with either all fees or no fees. We look at what tools we need to manage parking effectively to help it meet the needs of businesses and community members in the location that we're looking at. So that might mean that in some areas maybe we could improve availability and turnover by introducing fees, but from what we've been told through all our discussions on this, we don't actually need to be introducing fees in a lot of other areas because there's excess availability. But we know in the CBD there are areas with very poor availability. We're seeing business people returning to the CBD post-pandemic. They'll be returning around the Christmas period. And what we really need to be doing is supporting business as best we can. And I just don't know that there's enough evidence there to support the free parking. I'm not as worried about the cost. It's a short period of time, and I know it's still more money, but it's really more about the principle here. I do support number 4, but I would expect that we could get our CEO to do this regardless of whether this amendment is passed or not. So, but I agree that it's a great initiative to look into. We'll see what report we get back from that one. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Mansfield. Have we got Councillor Maloney? 2 seconds, apparently.
Try again. Shazam!
I'll just quickly say that for me this amendment isn't just about parking. It's about ideas, it's about positivity, it's about listening to customers, and it's about providing a mix of activities and incentives to bring CBD Geelong back to life. I'm supportive, and I applaud Councillor Contell for his creativity and persistence in listening to his community and his customers and coming up with ideas. So I'm supportive of the amendment. Do we have Councillor Maloney yet?
Hello.
We have you visually, but we don't have you.
Meow, 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 meow. No. That's okay. All good.
You could just give us a hand signal when we need it. Maybe charades. We have you now. Councillor Maloney.
Hopefully you have me now. I think that with respect to item 4, the investigation of urgent support for our businesses operating across the city, I think that's an incredible initiative, and I really thank Eddie for inciting that, because that's something that I think maybe March is too late. We really need to jump on that, and we really need to jumpstart our economy. I've walked through the city twice already this week, and there's so many businesses closing down and really struggling as well, talking to retailers and especially hospitality crew. I think this really highlights the need for us to have that parking strategy, especially for people who want to have short stay parking, and solutions that ensure that you can have a quick turnover of people coming into the city. For folks like me who hate shopping but just want to spend their cash, get in and get out of town. And I think that also highlights the need for us to activate our city and enable hospitality businesses by removing barriers. Now, I think that whether or not this is an ideal solution or not, I guess remains to be seen, and we'll see what happens when it goes through. But I think we desperately need that parking strategy like yesterday. So I know that if I had free parking, I might choose to behave in a certain way. If I had a short stay, and I think that that's something that we've debated quite extensively, but it's about changing consumer behaviour, people's behaviour on knowing what is available to them, knowing what is available in shopping centres or the civic car park, and being able to enable themselves to get that. And also I think it highlights that really urgent need for us to have an increase in our public transport as well in Geelong. So come on, state government, please. So yeah, I think that the third and fourth options are great in theory, but as we've debated this quite heavily, I'm not sure if this is going to be helping with respect to congestion, but I guess it remains to be seen. Thanks, Mayor Asher.
Thank you, Councillor Maloney. Okay, back to Councillor Contell to close.
Sorry, just a procedural point of order. I don't think there's a right of reply with an amendment.
There isn't. I actually have that written here. Only one, no close. So thank you. So we put the amendment to the vote, having heard from everybody. All those in favour? And those against? The amendment's carried. So we will now put the amendment to the substantive motion, and we go back to the substantive motion, which is moved by Councillor Aitken and seconded by Councillor Sullivan. Thank you, Councillor Aitken.
Mayor Asher, look, I don't wish to speak on the amendment because we've already actually spent enough time on that issue. This is actually Council's COVID response to the most recent restrictions that actually have occurred in Geelong since the 1st of July this financial year, and the impact that they're continuing to make to the rest of this financial year. We've actually done significant work to actually look at how we could create appropriate, measured, targeted supports to our community. And these are the supports that we're recommending tonight. It's a total of $1.8 million and it's broken into 3 areas, Mayor Asher. The first is actually grants that we're going to make available to the community. The first are some $100,000 worth of recovery grants to the community. The next are event grants from $90,000. And the most important one, which will bring joy to our live entertainment sector, is that we're going to commit tonight $400,000 worth of grants to focus on our arts, culture and heritage recovery. And we know that sector has actually suffered significantly, and we actually know that it does deserve this targeted support, which is why it's receiving such a large amount. The second area that we're focusing on is actually rent relief. the council has a significant amount of tenancies under our responsibility, and we haven't been able to assist them to the level that we should since our last COVID supports finished. And tonight we're proposing a package of about $919,000 worth of fee and rent relief to community tenancy and other commercial tenancies that we have in our buildings that have been affected by the COVID restrictions that none of us anticipated would have continued on during this financial year. And the last area is actually a focus on tourism. We're all getting excited on a daily basis when we hear what countries are actually now opening up to Australia and where we can travel interstate, and most of us are probably dying to hear that we can go to Queensland and Western Australia and South Australia without restrictions, but it looks like we can travel overseas first before we can go to our own neighbouring states. But what we do understand is we want to focus on domestic travel in Geelong. So tonight we're announcing a $300,000 tourism package, which is split in a program called Visiting Friends and Relatives, which is $100,000, domestic short break campaign, which is another $100,000 that we have, and our final one is actually going to be a marketing recovery campaign of $100,000 to give $300,000. I think this is a fantastic package, and I congratulate the officers for working on this. In particular, I do want to thank Robin Stevens. This is Robin's first COVID package that she's actually led for the city. This seems to be the handball that gets moved around. This is about our fifth lot of packages that we've had. Each of the members of the executive leadership team have actually led it, and it was Robin's turn to actually do tonight's version. I think the CEO had a go at one. I think Gareth had a go at one. I'm not sure if Guy's actually had a go at one as well too, but I know Michael has, and tonight it was Robin's turn. So Robin, thank you for your patience working with us as the council group to actually bring this package before us, and I hope that we have no further restrictions that warrant that we do have to bring a further COVID package back. But the community should understand that this council group will be committed to further packages if they are needed. We have set a standard that we do want to respond and support our community, and that's exactly what these packages are attempting to do, and work in collaboration with both the federal and state government to make sure we don't duplicate what they're doing. And if you have a look at these packages that we're presenting tonight, all of them are in unique areas not funded by state and federal government. Thank you, Mayor Asher.
Thank you, Councillor Aitken. Councillor Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Aitken, for your great words on this. What we have before us here right now, our another COVID support package, and what that does really is shows that this is a council that is behind the community, not just as residents, individuals, but businesses as well. We have now a tailored package, because as we're going on, as this COVID sort of mess keeps going, and we're coming out of it now, hopefully, pray, it still needs our attention. It still needs updating. We still need to support the community as best that we can. We've committed $16.9 million so far. Now we have another just over $2 now with the amendment here ready to go. Quick response grants, they're fantastic. I'm so especially proud, though, of what's going on with our arts and culture community here. The quick response events grants, the culture, heritage and recovery grants, they're coming up again because they proved that last time they worked. I remember being at live music at the Potato Shed last summer when we were briefly let out. And to have local artists, people coming up to you and saying, you know, thank you for this grant that you gave us. You won't know how much it means because it actually kept us afloat for a few months. It enabled us to do this project or to create some sort of commerce, to actually, you know, to keep practicing their craft and committing and contributing to the community. They're the little things that really help, and we are all privileged to be around this table to be able to help our community in every way that we can. To the tourism industry as well, Visiting Friends and Relatives campaign, domestic short break campaign, the recovery marketing, these are sorely needed, and to have such a large amount of funding go into departments of council, it shows that we have faith in these departments. They do fantastic work, and that's why, you know, we keep on funding, because we get the results out of them. This truly is a tailored package on what we have shown and what has proven to work. To have the reconvening of the COVID-19 Arts and Culture Advisory Sector Reference Group, they were absolutely so valuable the last time with getting, information from the arts sector community about what they need, what is the best way we can do to support them. The recreation tenants, the fees and rent relief, we're not only trying to help other businesses and residents stay afloat, but we're actually easing the pressures on those which are suffering to keep them maintained. We're not only relieving pressures, as I said, but we're building more up. This is really a two-pronged approach to our COVID recovery. Extremely proud of this. Fantastic work to all the officers included in this. It just shows to go that the entire organisation, Council, City of Greater Geelong, we will continue to do everything that we can to support our community through this time.
Thank you, Councillor Sullivan. Councillor Contell.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I think that Councillor Sullivan articulated that really well, actually. With the amendment adopted now, this really is a package that focuses on the wide community, but also with a leaning towards the arts, hospitality, and those businesses that have really suffered. Councillor Sullivan mentioned that he'd had received feedback from individuals talking about the grants helping them through a really difficult time. And had I not heard it for myself, I may not have been as convinced, but I was at the Community Lantern Trail exhibition about a week or so ago with Councillor Aitken, and if I didn't have 4 people come to me individually and thank me on behalf of their organisations for these grants, I wouldn't have believed it, but they were openly thanking us for these types of grants that were quick response. So as the chair of the Arts, Live Entertainment and Hospitality portfolio, of course that was a thrill because I knew that we'd hit the spot. And so I'm really pleased that we're once again looking at this area and putting some $400,000 to that. I think that'll be very, very well received. Just lastly, on the item that we're asking the CEO to look into in terms of the voucher system, I know there was some mention that Melbourne had been potentially struggling with it, but what I can tell you is that Melbourne's just about to launch their second program worth some $5 million backed by the state government. So if it's difficult, the reward is obviously greater than the challenge because they're just about to launch their second program. So I think it will be something well worth looking into by the CEO. And I agree with Councillor Maloney that it probably should be done before March. So it does say by March, Councillor Maloney, so we'll really make sure that we can try to get that done well before then.
Thank you, Councillor Contell. Any others? No? Okay, we'll go back to Councillor Aitken to close.
Nothing to add, Mayor Asher.
Okay, we'll put this item to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? Carried. Item 8 is the draft Road Safety Strategy 2022 to 2027 to be moved by Councillor Grisbeck and seconded by Councillor Nelson. Thank you, Councillor Grisbeck.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Road safety strategy. So this draft strategy has come before us for release to public consultation for 30 days until the end of January. We all know that this is a topic close to my heart, both professionally and personally. This local government in Geelong manages 2,250 kilometres of roads. This strategy is intended to replace the former strategy that we had from 2012 to 2017, and in my view, a lot has changed since 2012 when the last plan was endorsed. The common themes are identified around driver behaviour, education, infrastructure and cycling. All road safety plans would have these things. This document, I don't feel, it's very good at a high level. Whilst I'm looking for is what's different in Geelong. What are the opportunities the city can leverage on being best practice in the things we do? In a road development sense, in a safety sense, I'm interested in where Geelong can lead road safety. We are lucky to have the TAC within 300 metres of this building. We should be tapping into the world's leading subject matter experts that they have there. I want to hear from the community. I want to hear from community groups like Road Trauma Support. I was lucky enough to be at the Day of Remembrance for Road Trauma Victims on Sunday with Reverend Jean Beale a service was held at the Road Trauma Memorial on the waterfront that we opened up recently. It's such an important part of healing to remember those who have passed as a result of road trauma. We're nearly about 10% up right now as we stand today on last year's lives lost number. We need to think differently. We need to try different ways to reduce people losing their lives or being seriously injured on the roads. This strategy is okay. I want it to be great. I want it to have the best ideas that we can. We're a clever and creative community. Let's put some of that clever, creative, world's leading best practice into this road safety strategy. So I'm looking forward to the feedback coming back and the opportunity to refine this document. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Grisbeck. Councillor Nelson.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. It's pretty hard to follow Councillor Grisbeck knowing what she does during the day. Other than a council, I wanted to say that we needed to liaise with the TAC, but you've already said that. So just waiting for the community for further report and community feedback and see what they have to say. But best practice is probably the way to go. So we'll see what they have to say. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Any other councillors wish to comment on this one? Councillor Mansfield.
Thank you, Mayor Asher, and thank you, Councillor Grisbeck, for that really wonderful introduction to this motion. It is such an important document for us to get right, and I think given that we have more and more people looking at alternative forms of transport, in particular walking and cycling, and with inevitably we will need to have better walking and cycling infrastructure. We really need to be hearing from people, not just people who use cars, but those people who use the other forms of transport, about what we need to be doing to improve their safety as well. We know that it's a bit of a feedback loop. The safer it is, more people will do it. So with walking and cycling in particular. So that's a part of the community I'd really encourage to provide feedback if that is something that you do or would like to do, but you don't for whatever reason. In particular, if you have safety concerns, provide some feedback on this document so we can get that aspect of it right.
Thank you, Councillor Mansfield. Any other comments? Back to Councillor Grisbeck to close.
Thank you. Thank you for your words, Councillor Mansfield. I am humbled that we respect people in terms of their intelligence at the city, and so I would be imploring the city to engage broadly with the road safety experts. The Victorian Government has a road safety strategy for the whole of the Victorian Government. This document does take into account that particular strategy. It does align to that strategy. But I think, as Geelong, being clever and creative, and the UNESCO City of Design, we could design this better. We could be more proactive, and we could be world leading in terms of councils. There are councils across Victoria who have done a fantastic job in this space, and we should be looking to them as to how we could do this. Wanted to just pay my respects to trauma victims, and we know that the last few days have been pretty bad on our roads in Geelong. We try to say that we don't want anyone to die or be seriously injured on our roads. Unfortunately, coming into the season that we're in at the moment, we're having drivers coming back onto our roads that haven't driven for quite some time, and we've all seen it. I think we need to be mindful of each other. We need to be kind to each other, and if that means being patient, then I would ask community to be patient. This road safety strategy is something that will last for many years to come, and we need to get it right. So I appreciate the officers' support in bringing this to the chamber. I'm looking for the public to come and have their say. Thank you, Mayor Asher.
Thank you, Councillor Grisbeck. We'll put this one to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? Carried. Item 9 is the Ocean Grove Principal Pedestrian Network, the proposed footpath construction, Special Charge Scheme 354 declaration. This is to be moved by Councillor Mason and seconded by Deputy Mayor Sullivan. Thank you, Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mayor Asher. Of course, this was deferred in September so councillors could give further careful consideration because it has been quite a difficult problem. And so we hope tonight to declare a special rates and charges scheme for the Ocean Grove Principal Pedestrian Network. Mayor, the Ocean Grove Town Centre UDF was adopted by Council in June 2014 and recommended a Principal Pedestrian Network, a PPN, be developed to create a network of paths connecting activity centres, sport facilities and schools. The total cost of the scheme, as proposed, is about $6 million, and the total levies to designated ratepayers in Old Ocean Grove will be approximately $3 million. A total of 24.3 kilometres of footpaths will be delivered, where these ratepayer contributions only cover a basic 1.5 metre wide footpath. Some high-level use sections will be 2.5 metres wide, and this extra width will always be covered by the city. This means the city's resulting total contributions will be about 54% of the cost. Mayor, there are 9,914 rateable properties in Ocean Grove. 6,357 of these are included in the special rates and charges scheme and occupy what is informally known as Old Ocean Grove. Mayor, this has been going on for a long time, since well before 2014. In 2016, there was a formal community PPN consultancy and its findings were considered by the Council. Since the administration period and the election in 2017, Bellarine Ward councillors have taken a strong interest in this scheme and have regularly participated in briefings that's continued to evolve. There was another community consultation in December 2019, March 2020, and most recently in April-May this year. In summary, since 2016, a majority of ratepayers have consistently supported the need for footpaths, a PPN, a priority footpath network, and most recently that all designated ratepayers should contribute equally. Furthermore, engagement held between December 2019 and March 2020 investigated two footpath network options, one of 11.3 kilometres and another 22.8. Survey results showed that 1,036 respondents, 57%, were in favour of a footpath network, and of these 66%ed a 22.8 network rather than 11.3, and of that 63.8 preferred an equal share funding model. As part of this process, objections were called for and 57 submissions were considered by a submission review panel in July this year. Subsequently, Council listened and action was taken to redress and eliminate the problems and make some more amendments. The most prominent of these problems and amendments that were addressed are ratepayers who have previously paid a special rates and charges scheme are now exempt from payment. Hardships provisions were assured, including possible deferral payments and payments over 5 years. 1 kilometre of footpaths at Begola wetlands were to be excluded, and there were other minor inclusions and exclusions. The end result is that with all of these modifications taking place, the special rates and charges PPN scheme is proposed to be implemented where 6,357 designated ratepayers in Old Ocean Grove will each be subject to a fee of $476.95 when staged works are complete. Construction will begin in July 2023 and will be completed within 5 years. This is a very good deal with plenty of time for people to plan their financing, and I urge support for this project.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. Deputy Mayor Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Mason for his words on this topic. This has certainly been quite a complex issue for not only the Bellarine Ward councillors but all councillors involved in this. We have before us 24 kilometres of footpaths and trails to be put in one township on the Bellarine. And there has been extensive community consultation on this, so much that community members creates a whole new issue of consultation fatigue for many people. And there's the information we receive from that consultation. However, as councillors, we are constantly receiving our own consultation from the community. We have the good community in the chamber here. We go home and they're in our emails. We're communicating with them on social media. You know, you see them in the supermarket on the way home after work. Come the weekend, you run into people walking the dogs. If you're out for lunch, if you're just in the park or anywhere in public. We're constantly receiving the feedback from the community on important issues, and this is one of the largest ones I've had to date. Now, I'm certainly, as I've said many times, behind safe community transport, especially active transport around our communities. Everything from young families, people in the middle of their lives, people who need assistance, people who need mobility scooters, wheelchairs, anything we need to encourage people to be able to safely commute, you know, on foot or minor wheel around our suburbs. Because everybody deserves the right to be able to walk out beside your front door and to be able to walk safely, you know, down your street to the shops, around the block, walking your dog, whatever it may be. But as has been mentioned in public myself, my issue is not with the fact that because we need these paths, but it's with the funding model of them. And as I said before, I mentioned how often community feedback we do receive. Time and time it comes back to again that the community wants these paths, but so many people believe that the funding model of this is unjust by this SRC. You know, we collect rates for so many years, and we have 24 kilometres here, one of the largest projects we've ever done in footpaths networks. You know, put this from foot to foot. If someone was to walk that distance, you could walk out the door of City Hall, go past Leopold, go past Drysdale, Curlewis, Clifton Springs. You'd be halfway to Port Arlington in the original suburb of Bellarine itself. And I believe that that consists of a major project status. You know, we have an inherent debt to the people of these communities who've been paying their rates for 40, 50 plus years, some of these people, that if we've not collected enough to be able to implement this infrastructure that they need to live their basic lives, now that they may be at a time where they need this right now more than anything, then I'm not sure what we're doing. So also I'm fully behind these trails, and I wish we could pay for them fully. The current policy is against that, and I'm not begrudging. There's been such great work by officers under the policy framework that they must adhere by. That is absolutely true. But it's myself that I cannot vote for this under its current funding model.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Sullivan. Councillor Contell.
I won't go into too much detail, but it's been stated that this is a good deal. Well, that's in the eyes of the beholder, because it depends what you're trying to sell. Whilst I'm not on the Bellarine, like all councillors, you get contacted by the community. And I've certainly been contacted by the community of the Bellarine on this matter, and those that have contacted me weren't applauding this as a good deal. And so those that contacted me were strongly encouraging me to vote against tonight's report. One, because it's very different to what we've done in the past. Normally, if I was in a house that didn't have a footpath in front of it and I was presented with a scheme, I'd be getting value out of that scheme because I'd be contributing to the footpath in front of my house, not to a footpath that's 10 or, as Councillor Sullivan has said, potentially 25 kilometres from my house. I don't see that as benefit to me. And that's where a lot of the community members are in the same boat. Whilst there's benefit for some, not all of it see it that way. So it's not a good deal for them. So with that and the review that I've done, I won't be supporting this report because I don't believe it's a good deal for the entire community.
Thank you, Councillor Contell. Councillor Aitken.
Mayor Asher, I'm going to repeat my speech from March 2021. This project has divided the Ocean Grove community since the early 1990s. I will be consistent with the decision that I made in 1995, which was I voted against the drainage and the drainage and footpath scheme that was proposed in 1995. I'm doing it. I did it again in March 2021, and I'll be doing it again tonight. I'll be voting against this special rates and charges scheme. The community in Ocean Grove has always been split, not just about the cost. They've actually also been split about whether they should have footpaths or not have footpaths because they bought into that area without footpaths. I know people have aged. I know that we need to provide safe passage, but the issue is that it's costing $6 million to be able to do that. And as a consequence, the community is not telling us 90% want to actually support this project. The reality is it's just a slight majority over the 50% level are actually saying they support it, and the majority, a very large minority in the 40% range actually doesn't support the project. And it isn't fair and equitable that council actually pays for this project 100%. And why? We actually have multiple parts throughout the city of Greater Geelong that don't have footpaths, so it actually will create a precedent where we actually say, well, we're going to build footpaths in this area in Ocean Grove. Well, we'll need to build them in Lara, we'll need to build them in Grovedale, we'll need to build them everywhere else where we don't have footpaths as well too, that were part of the original development that occurs in those areas. So my opposition to this has been consistent over multiple years, and I support that 40-odd+% of the community, which is actually saying we actually don't want footpaths at all. It's not about the cost of it, and it's not about equity, it's actually about the significant change. Now, what is my alternative? I actually think there is an alternative in Ocean Grove. It's a very unique community. We already have existing infrastructure which is called roads. And I would love to investigate if we could actually look at significant speed reductions in the Ocean Grove area that we were going to build the footpaths, to actually see if we could create a village type atmosphere which actually shares that existing infrastructure between walkers, between cyclists and between road users, and create the village atmosphere that people of Ocean Grove originally tried when they first moved to that community. And it would be great if we could actually see if we could implement that as an alternative instead of spending $6 million and actually causing the significant unrest that this project has for over 30 years, Mayor Asher.
Thank you, Councillor Aitken. Councillor Mansfield.
Thank you, Mayor Asher. I've really struggled with this one on a number of different points. I think in terms of needing the footpaths, I appreciate that not all the residents want them, but in terms of, with respect to Councillor Aitken, I do, it'd be great if we could go back in time and create that village feel, but Ocean Grove's a busy suburb now, particularly over peak times, and we know that, footpath access is important, that you've got people trying to walk on roads or on, eroded curbsides, grassed areas. It's not great for people with mobility issues or using mobility aids. So the footpaths, I think, make sense. The issue does really come down to the payment model here. I think the problem I've got with some of the special rates and charges scheme is the equity issue. The footpaths are seen by many as basic social infrastructure. There's an idea that with the special rates and charge you derive some sort of special benefit from the footpaths. Maybe, yep, the local residents will get more of that benefit, but a lot of the broader community get that benefit as well from the footpaths. I understand that this scheme, by sharing the cost across a broader group of the community, aims to address some of that cost impact and the equity issues, because many other residents who don't necessarily have the footpath out the front of their house will potentially derive some benefit from it. But I still feel like this is, in terms of a cost, it is regressive. It's a fixed cost. There are, I know, hardship provisions and other exemptions, but overall it is still regressive, and so it will have a bigger impact on some than others. And I do just struggle with whether a special rates and charges scheme is the right way to fund footpaths. I know that's a biggest discussion we're going to have as a council around how we approach these sort of issues. I'm conscious of how much sunk time and effort and consultation has gone into this process, and I thank everyone who's put time and effort into it, but I think there isn't a clear-cut way forward on this one. As has been pointed out, the community feedback wasn't overwhelming one way or the other on these issues, so I think there is just too much that's still unresolved about this one to go ahead with it. My disappointment is that we will, it inevitably means we won't get much needed infrastructure built in that area, potentially for quite some time, and if we eventually decide on a way to do it, it may not be to the extent that's been proposed, and that's a shame for the community, but I'm not comfortable that we found the best answer in terms of the funding scheme on this one.
Thanks, Councillor Mansfield. Councillor Grisbeck.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. What Councillor Mansfield said is probably identical to what I would say, so I'm not going to repeat that. One further comment I just wanted to make is that I think when people have bought their homes in Ocean Grove that currently have footpaths out the front, because they weren't subject to a special rates and charges scheme, they are now, under this proposed scheme, asked to pay for more footpaths. Now, whilst the footpath wasn't included in their original either purchase price of their home, so when they purchase a home, everything is there, like a chattel in a house, the footpath is out the front. I have been contacted by quite a few people from the Ocean Grove community to say that why do they have to pay now for footpaths when there's already a footpath out the front? I understand the reason for coming together as a town to try and get the networks improved, but I tend to agree that I don't think this is the way to do it, and so I won't be supporting the special charge scheme declaration. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Grisbeck. Councillor Murray.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, I'm struggling to understand the uniqueness of Ocean Grove in all this. I know the complexities involved, but there doesn't seem to be anything fair in this world anymore. And we have the majority of Ocean Grove community wanting a footpath network. So it's working out the perfect scheme, and I'm convinced that there is not a perfect scheme. And I'm equally convinced that the perfect scheme for this Ocean Grove network doesn't exist. But nevertheless, what we've got here, I think, is the best scheme in perhaps an imperfect situation. These property owners will benefit from the works. So, quite simply, I'm in favour of the motion, supportive of the motion.
Thanks, Councillor Murray. Yep, Councillor Harwood.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Again, it's been a complex discussion over a number of months for us as a council. My, concerns are it's an opportunity to, right a wrong down in Ocean Grove. The footpaths are required down there. Like, it's one of the greatest bugbears of communities is not having good access around their communities, and there's kids on bikes, there's people just walking around in general, there's those with disabilities. There are a number of issues why footpaths exist and they are maintained, and it is to provide the best access around our streets and our communities. I'm not hearing that people don't want the footpaths, they just don't want to pay for the footpaths. And I guess the particular final numbers, $476, which for some is a lot of money, for others not so, but there are hardship provisions built into the payment schemes. I think it's 5 years they have to pay $476. So I'm not saying it's not an insignificant number, I'm just saying there are provisions there to make it as palatable as possible, given the restraints that some people do have with their finances. That is understood and accepted. And I guess my main concern, is about the precedent this may create for the rest of Geelong, which will be a headache of some significance. And I think overall the special rate and charge in this special charge scheme in this proposal is fair and equitable. It is the right thing to do. It is for the benefit of Ocean Grove and the community, and will be seen as such when it's done. When it's all done and completed, people will wonder what all the fuss was about. Some will always grumble because they didn't get what they wanted. That's life. But I think the fee, the amount to be paid, is modest, with conditions and provisions to support those who will struggle or potentially struggle. And again, the precedent does concern me, where we may end up with this for the rest of Geelong's area, where footpaths have not been built, and I think this will, may cause some communities to rise up quite quickly and demand them at far more significant cost to the whole community and to the council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harwood. I'll just say a few words. I think in some ways Ocean Grove is a victim of its own success in proposing this network approach. My views on it remain consistent, recognising that it is a complex issue. I don't support the recommendation, and while I know that many people do want footpaths, there are also very many that don't. 57% saying yes to 43% saying no is not enough of a majority to convince me. The 43% who don't want them are fairly vehement in that opposition to footpaths, and the proposed payment model is simply not acceptable to the majority of the community either. And I think the whole engagement process has been tricky because we've had the payment model cobbled together with whether we have footpaths or not, and that means that only ratepayers have been able to actually comment on the footpath issue, and there's a lot of residents there that don't own properties, etc., etc. So it's actually very complex, and on that basis I can't support this recommendation, but I do understand that we do need to make a decision. So I'm wondering whether we should take a 10-minute recess just to see if we can come up with an alternative for the officers to move forward. If that would be acceptable, can we
I'm happy to second that if I need
to. Thank you. Okay, can we request a 10-minute recess just as councillors and we'll come back? Mr. CEO, is that okay with you? Great. Okay, we will be back in 10 minutes. Okay, welcome back. Thank you for your patience. We just had a few moments to deliberate that item. And I believe we do have a request from Councillor Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to move a deferral on this item, this agenda item.
Okay, all those in favour? Oh, seconder. Sorry, Kylie. Thank you. Councillor Grisbeck. Councillor Maloney. Thank you. 2 seconders. Okay, all those in favour of deferring this item? Those against? Carried. Okay, I would also like to, I think we're going to move a procedural motion to move the notices of motion forward in the agenda because we do have people in the gallery tonight who are waiting. So Councillor Aitken, seconded by Councillor Grisbeck. All those in favour? Those against? Carried. Okay, so we will now move to section C, the notices of motion, to honour those people who've made the trip into the gallery to hear these. The first one I have, Councillor Grisbeck.
I've got a conflict.
Okay. Councillor Grisbeck has declared a conflict of interest.
Madam Mayor, I just wish to withdraw my notice of motion to get further expert advice from experts.
Okay, thank you. That's on the Building Better Bike Connections Southern Link Stage 2 High Street Retail Precinct. Thank you. We will await some expert advice from experts. Thank you. And we will welcome back Councillor Grisbeck. Welcome back.
Just come back.
Well, Councillor Grisbeck, you needed to come back because yours is the next notice of motion, I believe.
Sorry.
Thank you. A notice of motion on planning reforms.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Can I have a seconder for Councillor Grisbeck's notice of motion? Councillor Harwood, thank you. Councillor Grisbeck.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This notice of motion is around the major Victorian Government's commitment for major reforms responding to the Commissioner for Better Regulations review of planning and building approvals process and the Building Victoria's Recovery Task Force. We acknowledge that they have done those major reforms. The removal of unnecessary regulation and targeted measures to boost economic recovery and acknowledge the important role that local government can play to advance such reforms is also supported. However, in the last 12 months, the Minister for Planning has introduced several amendments to the planning schemes in Victoria with limited or no consultation with local government or the community prior to their gazettal. Everybody can read the notice of motion, but in my view, we have had many and significant reforms from the state government through that affect local government and in particularly affect Geelong, with the rights of community members being taken away during this planning process. My concern is that not only are we taking away the need for consultation with community, we are taking away their appeal rights in such planning issues, and we are also then allowing the state government to sign off on applications of state significance and also further planning reforms which they see fit. I'm concerned that our local community are not having had their say. I'm concerned that we are taking away third-party appeal rights from our community, and I'm concerned that council will no longer have the responsibility of making decisions for its local community. Now, all of that being said, if the state government sees fit, they can take away rights at any point in time. The minister can sign off on a planning amendment or a planning decision at any point in time. The minister can sign it on the dotted line and it gets immediately withdrawn. And we have some real examples of that currently in the system in Geelong. We are strongly requesting that consultation is undertaken with local government and the wider community on all proposed planning system reform proposals before they are introduced. That is democracy. That is a way of making your community voice heard. We are, in particular, we're looking at the reforms where the third-party rights will be removed. All councils in Victoria should be provided with an opportunity to input and shape the proposed reforms that will have different implications for different councils. Recently, there has been a number of amendments to planning schemes in Geelong, and the attachment one, I won't go through them, but the attachment one is just some examples of what Geelong has been put through recently, what changes have been put through recently. There is one planning amendment that I've been advised of in the last few days that is been through community consultation. It has had a number of submissions, objections in relation to it. Halfway through the process, the minister has taken that away and has signed on the dotted line, so we are left with a community wondering what is happening with that planning application. Why is it being taken out of the hands of the council? So this notice of motion is asking the council to make a resolution to write to the Minister for Planning and the Shadow Minister for Planning to advocate on our behalf. The community consultation with local government and on any reform must occur before reforms are considered or introduced. We're asking the CEO to remind the Minister and the Shadow Minister that the community's voice must remain integral consideration for planning decisions. Strong community consultation has to be at the core of major planning decisions. This is called democracy. I've probably gone on a little long for that, Madam Mayor, but I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
No, you've spoken very well. Thank you, Councillor Grisbeck. Seconder, there we go. Who was that? Thanks, Councillor Harwood, Planning Deputy. Well done, thanks.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you to Councillor Grisbeck for bringing this to the chamber and the manner in which it has been brought forward. I think it's no secret that council takes enormous pressure from council decisions that are made, and we take enormous pressure from the state government in planning some planning decisions, and it makes it very, very difficult for us as a council, as elected representatives of the community, to have confidence in a lot of the planning that we're engaged in. And we take substantial advice from all quarters, from our council officers, from our community. And I think that is the key. When the community are involved, it will always be a better decision. The further we push the community away from any decision we make, the worse the result will be. And we're seeing that in some aspects. We're seeing, in fact, the last agenda item is a case in point where we are so cognizant of the importance of community voice and what it means to a decision we make that we'll go to every possible length that we can to make sure the result we get has the community fingerprints all over it. And I think in this particular scenario we face, we're losing that. The current state government way is that we're losing our democratic voice, we're losing our democratic way that we've done business and communicate with our community, and we're diluting their voice. And that is a very dangerous place to go. And I fear that is something that we're on a slippery slope at the moment. And Councillor Grisbeck has identified this and has brought it to the chamber. And I'm just, I guess, again, concerned that we are an elected voice of the community. We didn't just drop out of the sky and land in this chamber by chance. We've done the due diligence in our community. We've won the support and confidence of the community to put us in here. And they should also, the state governments and federal governments for that matter, should also respect that our voice is an elected voice. We also speak for the community. And that's exactly what we're going to do on this occasion, making sure that their voice is not lost, is not diluted, and is considered in every important planning decision that's made, of which there are many on the books at the moment and many more to come. And we're already seeing Geelong is changing enormously. And the more we dilute that community voice, I guess the more alienated the community will become. And we've seen what happens when that occurs. Thank you.
Councillor Harwood, well said. Any other comments on this one? Councillor Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Grisbeck for bringing this to the chamber. Nowhere is this more evident than at 329... Sorry, I better get the address right, otherwise I'll get in trouble. 329 Roslyn Road in Highton, where a beautiful old house was there. It was just from the 50s, so it wasn't heritage listed, but a beautiful house nonetheless. And it was bought for community care accommodation, which under the clause 52.22 is exempt from coming to council. And now in that place where the old 50s house was is a 3-storey building overlooking everyone around it. And owners are around there scrambling to sell their properties. And most of those people there, that's their last home. And they've come to me asking what they can do, and there's nothing that council can do because it's clause 52.22 under community care accommodation, which doesn't have to come to council at all. No community consultation whatsoever. And that's really, really undemocratic. And it makes my blood boil every time I drive past it. We need community care accommodation, but we also need community input. So I even offered the developer at the time a subsequent property down on Barrable Road that was fit for purpose, and they said no, we don't have to come to council. That's it. So I thank Councillor Collie Grisbeck for bringing this to council, so that people know that the state government are doing this. Doing it because they can do it. They're doing it because they can do it, and that needs to stop. Thanks.
Councillor Nelson. Other councillors? Councillor Mansfield, then Councillor Contell. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor Asher, and thank you, Councillor Grisbeck, for bringing this notice of motion forward. And I concur with the words of my fellow councillors on this one. Look, I certainly, I guess a generous interpretation of some of what's happening is that, there is a need to deliver major infrastructure for the community, and some of those planning changes are around ensuring that can happen in a timely way. The other, another major issue that is being, tackled at the moment is the housing shortage, and particularly the shortage of social housing. And some of these changes, I think, are partly designed to ensure that the social housing is delivered, and that it's not, subject to community opposition for whatever reason, and therefore doesn't get up. But I don't believe that's a reason to deny the community a say. There are various ways that could be done, and as Councillor Harwood has said, councils are very well placed to engage with communities, to hear that feedback, to help provide input to projects. Whether we retain full planning control or not, ultimate decisions, there are other points, but to cut out the community voice and council's voice altogether on some of these issues is, I think, really the wrong way to go. There are other examples, in Melbourne where we've seen, various decisions being made by the state government for example, removal of height controls in various shopping strips, and we've seen what's happened to some of those areas, and it's probably not in keeping with what their local communities and probably what their local councils would have wanted for them. So I'm really supportive of this motion. I think, you know, it is important that while we deliver some of these other projects, we address the shortage of social housing, we deliver some of that major infrastructure, we still need to ensure that the community comes along that journey with us, and that we take their views into account with any of the work that we're doing.
Councillor Mansfield. Councillor Contell.
Probably just going over the same as what everyone else said, but I really did want to applaud Councillor Grisbeck for bringing this forward, because planning is a complex area that we work through as councillors. We often are concerned with areas of it. There's often areas that we don't understand, and we're always wanting to make improvements, but sometimes feel like our hands are tied. And with all due respect to all previous planning portfolio holders, this is the first time I've seen someone actually try and do something with it. So I really do applaud you, Kylie, for bringing this forward. Nothing may come of it, because what we've seen is this disrespectful approach by state government in not wanting us to meddle in their affairs. And in fact, what they're suggesting by doing that is they don't want the community meddling in their affairs. So there's certain projects they're saying, stay out of our way, we'll do as we please. And what Kylie and this council is saying is, no, that's not good enough. And as Councillor Harwood has said, we're here to represent the community, and whether you want to hear it or not, this is the feedback. And so I do applaud you once again for bringing this forward. Nothing may come of it, but at least we're having a crack.
Thank you, Councillor Contell. Looks like winner. Councillor Grisbeck. Any other comments on this one? Back to you to close.
Thank you. Just a couple of other quick things. So another example is waste to energy. Now, whether you agree or don't agree with waste to energy is not the point. The decisions are now made by state government, not community members, not council. We have no say in those particular items coming to us. In relation to the social issues Councillor Mansfield has brought up, I do agree that you know, the social issues, sometimes we might need opportunities where those things can be fast-tracked. But I don't see why community can't be involved. Our community is smart, it's intelligent. They put us in here, that's smart and intelligent. The other thing, just quickly, was that the MAV board have been trying to advocate on behalf of all councils in Victoria. So I would like to thank my fellow board members at the MAV, in particular Aaron Scales, who's at the Tawong Shire, that's up on the border near Albury. He has taken another notice of motion to his council in the same vein as this. We are trying at a grassroots level to tell the government that we want consultation. We want to be able to have our say, and I think that's appropriate. Thank you to the officers for their support and advice. I really appreciate the planning team, and Gareth Smith and your team, thank you for helping us with this. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Grisbeck. We'll put this notice of motion to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? Carried. Well done. Item 3.3 under section C is from Councillor Mason, and it's a notice of motion for the City of Greater Geelong Regional Livestock and Rural Information Exchange Hub and Truck Wash. Thank you, Councillor Mason, for presenting this notice of motion for us tonight. Can I please have a seconder? Councillor Aitken. Thank you. Go, Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mayor Asher. This is to provide the CEO with clear direction from the Council on the City's Regional Livestock and Rural Information Exchange project to assist the project to move forward. Mayor, 4 years ago, in November 2017, there was a transition from administration to a newly elected council. One of the last acts of this administration in August 2017 was to close the Geelong sale yards. There never had been an earlier council resolution to do this. Soon after, 5 newly appointed councillors, Councillors Aitken, Contell, Mansfield, Murray and myself, met with a delegation of farmers. They claimed they were not being heard. This was despite a strongly attended community consultation facilitated in the Geelong West Town Hall by Kismet Forward in November 2016. Issues raised from this consultation included things like key role of the sale yards played in regional agribusiness for 140 years, rural health and wellbeing, men's shed, biosecurity and traceability, and service equity. We listened and we took their complaints on board. We set up the TOR for a broad-based rural and peri-urban advisory committee, and I was appointed chair in April 2018. We did a lot of good work, and so we should have. 4 years later, we've held 28 two-hour formal meetings, and of course, in addition, there were many subcommittee meetings. In that light, I thank the dedicated community volunteer advisors, external councils, authorities and city officers for their valuable contributions. Advice was called upon, received and acted upon on a wide range of rural farming and environmental matters. Restoring the rural landscape is one such successful project. However, I have to advise the rural community that I have some regrets. Under my leadership, our pursuit for a 21st century solution to the closure of the antiquated sale yards became fragmented, compartmentalised and lost its focus on the holistic needs. COVID didn't help. I do regret this. And so this notice of motion recognises and redirects our focus. It gives us clear guidance, it gives clear guidance to the CEO and the administration what is required. It reflects the need of an holistic and all of local government approach and the need for state and federal support. It reflects the desires of the rural community. It reflects what we have heard over 4 years from the community representatives on the advisory committee. It reflects contemporary developments in communication, sales, animal health and welfare, community health and wellbeing, biosecurity and agricultural practices. It reflects the need to encourage the local economy, productivity and reduction of what's known as food miles. And it reinforces our desire to be an inclusive and creative city. Furthermore, the vast wider community has expressed through the distinctive areas and landscapes consultations the rural landscape imperative. This imperative is a pillar which must be protected. It must remain viable. We have no desire for it to crumble. It supports the economy, agribusiness, our lifestyle and tourist trade. Mayor, there is a trend to smaller rural holdings, many supported by off-farm income. Long-term farmers are ageing and retiring, and a skill set is noticeably diminishing. The need for appropriate services and advice to the new operators is clearly evident. There is a need to share information and maintain a sense of community in the agricultural sector. COVID-19 has taught us also of the realities of biosecurity threats. The Chief Veterinary Officer has confirmed that similar threats occur in agriculture and transport industries. A close down in agriculture would have devastating effects to the industry, to our export and tourist trade. A regulated livestock exchange and truck wash manages and reduces those threats. Mayor, we said we would listen to the rural community. We've kept that promise and we'll continue to listen. I'll leave it now to Councillor Aitken and others to make further contribution. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. Councillor Aitken.
Thank you very much, Mayor Asher. Look, in 1993, the City of Greater Geelong was created. And on that particular day, we turned our back on the rural community and we continue to turn our back on the rural community. Even though 68% of our municipal responsibility is actually rural land, only 32% of it is actually urban land. And how have we turned our back on the rural community? Well, we closed the sale yards. We abandoned maintenance and water standpipes that actually exist throughout our municipality. We rezoned some of our most valuable agricultural land, which we now call Armstrong Creek, a suburb. And we were proposing to close the truck wash as well too. And what we did in Geelong is we continue to turn our back on our rural community and our rural history. The City of Geelong has always been known as the pivot. and it's the pivot of the Western districts. And when you do travel to Mortlake, and when you do travel to Colac, and when you do go to Hamilton, and when you even go as far as Warrnambool and Portland, they still see Geelong as the pivot and the big city, and they communicate to Geelong and actually engage in Geelong for all the services that a big city can provide to them. But what do we do in Geelong? Well, we've just abandoned our rural community. We've said we're an urbanised community. We're just part of the metropolis of the city of Melbourne. And we're going to do everything we can to increase the urban sprawl, and we're not going to have any strategic focus in the city of Greater Geelong in terms of our officers' capacity to respond to rural issues. We're not going to do any of that because we're going to cut our services down from 133 down to 127, and the 6 of them probably are all rural based. Well, I want to congratulate the rural community for their patience with us for the last 4 years. We have representatives in our community, rural community here tonight, who have sat patiently for 3.5 hours for this discussion to actually come forward, so I thank them for that. But I also thank Councillor Mason. Jim and I have worked extremely hard in the last couple of weeks to try to find a way forward with this particular issue, because the tide's turned in Geelong. We do care about our rural community now. And this notice of motion is an opportunity for us to actually show how we can put that caring into actual actions. And why has the tide turned? Well, in a planning sense, the state government has actually said we have to protect our rural and agricultural lands within 100 kilometres of the CBD of Melbourne because of food insecurity that actually is occurring because of climate change. The state government has recognised it with the protection of rural land in Ballerine and in the Surf Coast by saying we have to protect those rural land holdings. And I'll continue to talk because this is too more important, and ask for an extension if that's possible. May I
yes, 1 minute.
Yeah. We also have COVID has taught us in the last 2 years of the importance of biosecurity and the impacts it makes not just internationally but our local area as well too. We've also learnt that mental health is actually a significant issue in our rural community. We've also learnt that the truck wash is part of our biosecurity needs that we have as well too. And we also understand that there is a viable alternative of being small lot farmers within Geelong. But we still have just under 1,000 rateable properties that are designated as farming properties within the city of Greater Geelong. And what that has taught us is that even though we closed the sale yards, we now recognise that there are significant strategic issues in our rural community that need to be addressed. And this proposal and notice of motion is an attempt to try to do that. We do understand we need to have a regional livestock exchange of some type in Geelong. No, it won't be the same as the one that we closed. It will actually be a modern one that responds to the needs of the rural community. It will also respond to mental health as well too by establishing a hub to actually assist our rural community. They lost that significant support when we closed the sale yards. We never recognised that 4 years ago, but we do today. And we also recognise the importance of creating the food security that we require as urbanites in a society that we live today. So thank you, Councillor Mason, for this motion. Thank you to our rural community. And I do believe that there should be a strong endorsement for this council to this notice of motion to send a clear direction that we do respect our history and we do respect our future by supporting our rural community.
Thank you, Councillor Aitken. That was a special consideration given that it was a notice of motion, by the way. Councillor Mansfield.
Thank you, Mayor Asher. And look, I just want to acknowledge all the work that Councillor Mason has put into this, and I think it's probably a bit unfair on himself at the start of what he was saying. He's persisted with this issue when I think many others would have given up by now, and I thank you for continuing. I thank Councillor Aitken for the support on this one as well. I'm really pleased to see this being brought back to the council as with a focus on what we're going to need in the future. As has been pointed out, this won't be about rebuilding what we had in terms of a livestock exchange hub, but it's really about, there's a big focus on information exchange, which, as we've heard from farmers and other members of the rural community. It was a really key part of the previous livestock exchange, was that information exchange. But we've got an opportunity to really build on that. Tonight we passed our climate change response plan. In it we've talked about supporting agribusiness to reduce their carbon emissions. This is a great vehicle. This sort of facility would be a great vehicle to actually promote those initiatives to build to work on information exchange around how we address climate change for our farmers and others who use the facility. There's also strategically, there is a bigger emphasis on, as has been mentioned, food security, and there's been a lot of talk about the Western Corridor becoming a food bowl for the state. So having something like this will really play into that strategic direction as well. I think there's a lot more to this, but I'm very supportive of the work that's gone into this, and again thank Councillor Mason for his persistence and for continuing to be a very strong voice for the community.
Here, thank you, Councillor Mansfield. Any other comments on this one? We'll go back to Councillor Mason to close.
Thank you, Mayor Asher, and I do thank Councillor Mansfield and Councillor Aitken for their support, and I'm really grateful to you both and to the whole council for their support on this. And there certainly is a lot of work to do and a lot of work to catch up on. It is responsible to wash our hands of of these responsibilities. These responsibilities must be taken by all, from the community up, and a whole of government response. The draft scoping business case will require positive, proactive leadership and advocacy to gain government funding support for this project. Indeed, we must seize the opportunities that the impending elections offer. And we do need funding support for a physical livestock and information exchange and truck wash hub, which would contain funding for components such as protection for the local landscape and the local rural economy, protection for local food security, as Councillor Mansfield just said, rural community wellbeing, as Councillor Aitken has emphasised, biosecurity and livestock welfare, management and sales. So we also need improved regional transport and machinery hygiene and hazard reduction, and threats to biodiversity from contaminated machinery, mowers, trucks and trailers. So, Mayor, I'm disappointed we have not yet been able to add this to our Council's priorities projects. I do hope, following review, we might find it there in an iteration in the future. So, Mayor, the Council shall remain mindful of the rural community needs. Thank you.
Councillor Mason. Okay, we'll put this one to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? Carried. Well done. Okay, the last congratulations to the rural community members in the gallery. Well done. And thank you again for your patience. Okay, another one from Councillor Grisbeck. This is the Geelong Museum of Motoring
don't go anywhere.
Industry and the Big Ford Ute. Thank you, Councillor Grisbeck, for presenting this notice of motion tonight. May I have a seconder, please? Councillor Aitken, thank you. Councillor Grisbeck, over to you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and this is just as exciting, I assure you. This is a notice of motion to investigate the potential of some projects within the City of Greater Geelong, a Geelong Motoring Industrial Museum and the Big Ford Ute. Get excited, people. This is exciting. KROC presenters Herbie and Josh recently, in the last meeting, submitted a petition with more than 700 signatures to the City. The petition called on the City to bring more tourists to Geelong post-COVID by building the big thing. We've all been on little trips around the country where big things can become part of the journey. The big koala, the big banana, the big pineapple, the big guitar, the big cat, the big, what are you saying? Girl, the big Christmas tree, right. So this is something that's not is not unique and won't be unique, but it will be putting Geelong on the map. In December 2020, the Geelong Motoring Museum, and I thank the people in the chamber today for being here, closed its doors at Western Heights Secondary College in Hamlin Heights. The museum has not been able to find a temporary or permanent home since the closure, and the collection remains in storage throughout Geelong and Melbourne. It is an opportune time now to join these potential projects together and seek council endorsement to progress the feasibility of both projects. Now, Geelong is known for remarkable inventions. We have many. The one that we're going to look at today is obviously the Big Ute. Louis Bant in 1934 designed and invented the concept of a ute. And now remains the famous Ford Ute was born in Geelong at the Geelong Ford Motoring Museum. It will be a museum, the motoring company, which was located in North Lane. These particular inventions deserve to be on permanent display. They need to be commemorated for future generations. They deserve to be tourist attractions and complement the region, especially since we have new and exciting tourism adventures, things like the Spirit of Tasmania coming into Coria Key in the spring next year. I'm excited that Councillor Aitken and I have been able to work on this project together. It brings the team together. We agree on this particular project. I think this is one of those things that we can show our rich industrial history. We can show our inventions, our aspirations, our UNESCO City of Design. The opportunity comes when we talk about the future generations seeing where the car was made, the ute was made. But in more general terms, the Geelong Motoring Museum has some amazing exhibits and has some amazing history. But not only will it showcase our amazing history, it can show the future. It can show where we are at. It will be things like those goggles that you put on. Virtual reality, that's it. Virtual reality. I'm showing my age, Mayor Asher. Virtual reality to show where the future of motoring is going. We've got examples of the Museum of Vehicle Evolution move in Shepparton, and that was funded state, federal, local government, and it's an example of what we can achieve in Geelong. Mayor Asher, I'm going to leave the rest to Councillor Aitken because I don't want to not leave him anything to say. But let's bring this to Geelong. Let's bring the big thing and the motoring museum. Let's, when we drive into Geelong, we see a big ute, whether it's on a pole or in a front garden, but let's bring it to Geelong, Mayor Asher.
Thank you, Councillor Grisbeck. Some people might think you're a bit of a rev head on the quiet. Councillor Aitken.
Thank you very much, Mayor Asher. Look, both of these projects have been working behind the scenes quite strongly. Councillor Grisbeck's been leading the Big Ute side of it. I've been leading the Geelong Motoring Industrial Museum. We've been working with officers. We've been working with the community. We've got representatives from the committee here tonight as well to listen to this debate in front of the council group. But it is now at the stage where we do have to seek endorsement from the council group to progress this further. And it is an exciting opportunity for Geelong. The reality is that there's some beautiful... The Ford Australia collection is magnificent and is the core of what the Motoring Museum can actually be. We have a strong industry history in Geelong as well too, and it is appropriate that we recognise those if we can. Councillor Grisbeck's mentioned the MOVE facility in Shepparton, which is the Museum of Vehicle Evolution, which has trucks, Harley-Davidsons and other vehicles. It's actually quite a significant, it's a 9,000 square metre facility, and as Councillor Grisbeck mentioned, has just recently finished their expansion and received $2 million from the state, $2 million from the feds and $1 million from the local city of Shepparton to actually develop that facility, because they know that they need to have this tourist attraction to be able to build their visitor economy. Well, why can't Geelong duplicate that as well too and actually use our strong history associated with the automotive manufacturing industry and build a facility that can be used and enhance our visitor economy? I mean, nothing would be better than a visitor of the Spirit of Tasmania to actually arrive at Corio Quay and then go to a motoring and industrial museum associated in Geelong, capture those tourists before they move around the rest of Australia or up to Melbourne. This project has got legs. It deserves the support of the council to investigate it further, and I do hope that it's in the lifespan of this particular council that we cut the ribbons to both the Big Ute for Councillor Grisbeck and the Geelong Motoring Museum and the Geelong Museum of Motoring and Industry, because we get the limited opportunities to do these things, and this is a great example of a community-driven one which we could really deliver and get significant benefit from.
Thank you, Councillor Aitken. You've both sold it in very well. I don't know that there'll be anybody who's objecting to this. Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mayor Asher, and I've been very interested in attending some of the meetings that has been chaired by Councillor Aitken, and I'm mindful probably about 40 years ago in Colac, a wonderful vehicle collection called the Parker Collection was offered to the city of Colac, and they didn't accept it. And it was a terrible loss. And I think it would be a terrible loss to this city of design, with all of its history and its heritage, if we didn't go along and try and support this project. So that's all I've got to say on it. I think it's got great merit, and let's hope we can find a way to see it manifest itself in a result.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. Councillor Contell.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I agree. This is a tremendous nom that's been put forward. So there's been two really good noms tonight, and Kylie's been involved in both of them. But this is a very good nom. Makes perfect sense. We've got a rich history in vehicle manufacturing. A number of councillors here, their parents spent a lot of time at Ford Motor Company or relatives or family members. We remember the Geelong Museum of Motoring having a number of different locations in Geelong. One here in the CBD, which probably people here attended various functions. It was a fantastic place to have a function. I remember going to a ritzy dinner there one night, surrounded by all those wonderful Ford vehicles that were in there. Then they were down at the Federal Mills for a period of time. They continued to keep moving, and it's a crying shame that's at the moment been lost to Geelong. We know we have the All Ford Day that's held down here. All those things complement something like this, and you really could see it having a real drive for tourism, because there is lots of people that are interested in manufacturing, vehicle manufacturing, just car enthusiasts alone, and could make a real weekend of it here in Geelong. So I think it's tremendous notice of motion, and in my capacity as a councillor, I'll do all I can to support it.
Councillor Contell. Councillor Harwood.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think it's a great initiative, and we'll see where it takes us. I haven't seen John Stevens and Brilliance bounce out of their chair just yet, but I'm sure they'll be listening intently to the discussion. I guess the alternatives are things like maybe the big fridge. We recognise James Harrison, probably doesn't grab us. The big Sharon was muted a little while ago. Was put out there, probably doesn't grab us that much. The Sphinx doesn't grab me as an icon, so I'm warming to the big Ute. Thank you.
What about the Big Hills Hoist?
The Big Hills Hoist? No, I'm warming to the big Ute. Thank you.
Good to hear. Okay, Councillor Murray.
The big cask.
Goon. The big goon.
No, well, it was invented in Geelong, so I believe. This is a great initiative. It's exciting what you could think of the future, what this may contain, and just through email exchange, I want this to be open for all sorts of items. A Geelong museum, and I know you've called it the Motoring and Industrial Museum, and as long as the James Harrisons and those who have contributed to the rich fabric of Geelong over those many, many years can be part of it, and the heritage strategy that we saw early in the year highlighted, the number of items that could be in a museum are sitting stored somewhere. So it's not an opportunity for those to see the light of day. And believe it or not, I think we haven't got too many tourist attractions in Geelong. And so this is something that, really positive that we can work on, and it's exciting. So well done in the Big Ute. Yeah, sounds good.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Is that everyone? We'll go back to Councillor Grisbeck to close.
Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody, for your words. And whilst I am a Holden girl, I think the Ford is going to be amazing. The Motoring Museum will surely put a little Holden in there for me somewhere, I'm sure. Look, a couple of quick questions, quick things. I would like to thank Fatty Mawal, who's from Ford Australia. Fatty, I met at the All Ford Day. Scotty Pigden introduced me to Fatty. Fatty is the sales director at Ford, and Ford has been very supportive so far. I'm not putting them on the hook now, but they have been very supportive, and I'm sure the relationship with Ford will grow as a part of this. Geelong has an amazing motoring history. The speed trials, we know it used to be called the speed trials, it's now the Revival, will be back in March. So I am going to be racing at that point in time. I now have my CAMS licence and I'm excited. I'm Big Kev excited. Thank you to Brett Ince and the team, and Gareth and the team. I think you have really embraced our idea and tried to make it work for us, and we really appreciate your support and your ongoing support, because I can see this on the front page of your next annual report, the Big Ford Ute in Geelong. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Grisbeck. Very exciting. Let's put this one to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? Carried. Well done. Now, before we go back to... And thank you in the gallery for your patience as well. Before we go back to the agenda proper, I would like to, as per our governance rules, we can't continue after 10 o'clock unless a majority present a vote in favour of continuing. Can I have a mover and a seconder to go beyond 10 o'clock? Councillor Grisbeck to move, seconded by Councillor Mason. All those in favour? I know we don't want to, but we will. We've got a majority. We will. Thank you. Carried. Okay, thank you. Right, so we are up to item 10 of 24, so let's keep it moving. Item 10 is the Port Arlington North East Group of Streets, SRC 340, finalisation of scheme, to be moved by Councillor Mason, seconded by Councillor Sullivan. I'm going to chop a minute off the clock on each of the things now. Thank you, Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mayor Asher. This is the finalisation of a special rates and charges scheme in Port Arlington, where 8.5 kilometres of unsealed roads were sealed, covering 502 properties in Port Arlington. The area is bounded by Fisher, Clark, Mercer and Hood Street. This is a large area south of the Esplanade and east of the town centre and primary school. There were also some council-funded improvements involving lighting, intersection safety, drainage and road width exceeding 7.6 metres. The good news is the actual cost came down 14% less than the original estimate, and I believe Councillor Sullivan has greater detailed news on how those that have already paid will get a refund as well. The cost to owners will be therefore $478,000 less. A common cost was of the order of $7,200 per property, and that will be now adjusted to a very refreshing $6,200. No doubt property owners will be pleased by the efficiencies generated by our officers. So this scheme also involves substantial community engagement starting in 2012 until it was declared in 2015. It's interesting to note that following a submissions hearing panel in 2016, some multi-unit and smaller property costs were reduced and the city's consequent contribution was increased by $109,000. In 2015, 16 submissions were received by the Submissions Review Panel and subsequently none by VCAT. Subsequent to this, in 2016, the Finance Manager issued the levy notices and the formal charge was placed on each property. The road sealing has provided a safer, well-drained and cleaner, dust-free environment to the residents. Mayor, this is an example of a successful SRC used to redeem an area of Port Arlington that did not originally have sealed streets with consequent mud, dust, safety and drainage problems. The original purchase price to owners originally reflected the lack of infrastructure development. And so I thank the officers for their good work.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. Deputy Mayor Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I endorse the words of Councillor Mason wholeheartedly. Footpaths and Ocean Groves, sealed roads in Port Arlington, it's the night of SRCs. But this one is all done and dusted, shall I say.
I'd say dusted.
Dusted. Well, the dusting is now settled on this one. So in regards to this, it's actually been a fantastic project for the areas of Port Arlington. There's people familiar with this part of the northeastern side. It's a lovely grid style of suburbs. And when you're negotiating the area, driving around, you sort of learn to drive across town as to which way is quicker via the stop signs, giveaway signs, and which roads are going to make your car less dirty, so you don't have to wash it every other week. It's a fantastic result. There was 502 households in this one for the SRC, and 426 of them will be receiving a refund, up to $1,000 plus. So we very much do enjoy when a project comes in under cost, and residents who pay initially, maybe back in 2015, 2016, will be getting some money back, so that'll be a lovely little bonus for them. Still got a few to settle up, but that'll be all fine. So this has been a fantastic upgrade. I've been complaining since day one about unsealed roads on the Bellarine when we got elected, and to have this happen in the hometown is excellent, so wholeheartedly support it. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Councillor Sullivan. Any other comments on this one? Councillor Mason.
Nothing further to add, Mayor Asher.
Okay, we'll put this one to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? Carried. Item 11. Two people in the gallery waiting for this one. This is the 2020 to 21 Tourism Greater Geelong and the Bellarine Annual Report and Tourism Performance. And a nod to John Stevens and Brett Ince out there. To be moved by Deputy Mayor Sullivan and seconded by Councillor Murray. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Very much, Madam Mayor, and I certainly do note the two most dedicated civil servants here hanging back for this item, so much appreciated, gentlemen. What a year it has been. Despite navigating challenging restrictions and changing restrictions, the Regional Tourism Board, that is Tourism Greater Geelong and the Bellarine, has found new ways to support the industry over this time by securing recovery packages from Council, which has been fantastic, liaising with the state government, promoting travel close to home, and encouraging residents to rediscover our own backyard. It ties in many ways. With the backing of the board, TGGB has shifted its focus on priorities, launching strategic campaigns and planning for the COVID normal future. So there's been some fantastic initiatives that have come out of the last 12 months. The Greater Than Short Stay campaign, You Belong in Geelong, everything that rhymes is always great. The International Friends Program, new flexible membership models, and tailored tourism industry support and advocacy, which has been great. Now, as one of the major funding bodies, Council has invested more than $2 million into TGGB for tourism administration, visitor information centres, business events, and plus an additional $633,000 as part of the COVID community and economic support package. That number's just gone a little bit up more higher this evening. And this program has also received $1.5 million in regional recovery funding by the Victorian government. But I would like to touch on one last thing. We are all aware of the great work that TGGB, and it's by no count, it's absolutely due to the fantastic staff and leadership that we have down there. But the real strong points come in when you're out about in the community, you're talking to business owners, people in the industry, and the absolutely glowing reviews they give of the staff there and how they just work tirelessly to provide for the industry. That's what really makes a difference. And so, gentlemen, fantastic work, and to the entire team as well. So couldn't be prouder.
Well said, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Murray.
Was well said, Councillor Sullivan, absolutely indeed. I'm not too fussed about the figures in this because obviously the challenges that you've faced over the past 2 years have been extraordinary, and it's more about the future, and I know you're prepared for that. So to you, John, your chair, the rest of your team, and of course Brett, get your skates on. You're going to be busy certainly, in the next 12 months to establish what perhaps has been lost in that period of time. To have the businesses, number of businesses, 846 engaged now, which is up on previous in a COVID period, is outstanding. So I think what we saw when the weather was fine over that Melbourne Cup weekend, holiday weekend, is perhaps what the summer will be, with more people just flocking down to the coast. Yeah, keep our fingers crossed that is the case. The hospitality and the stay places is blowfly.
It's attractive.
The timing is everything. Is critical, and if you walk around town, you walk your local shopping strips or down the Surf Coast or down the Bellarine, they're all looking for staff, and this is going to be the challenge that we all know and see now. So heading into the summer months, that is the critical challenge. So we keep our fingers crossed again that picks up, but do a great job, and so we, as I say, it's about the future now. So, right, thank you.
Great, thank you, Councillor Murray. Any other comments, Councillor Grisbeck?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and just quickly, thank you to the team. I'm sure it is a team effort, and I think to be able to come through the last 18 months of a real downturn in the tourism economy, to see a couple of weekends ago Geelong was absolutely packed, is a testament to the work that you have already done that's in this annual report to get it ready for that. So we really appreciate what the tourism in Greater Geelong and the Bellarine have been doing for the past 18 months, especially in relation to the marketing campaigns and a real inclusion of the North, the Yuyangs, the Serendip. Really appreciate the recognition that it is a destination in Geelong. So thank you very much for that. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Grisbeck. Councillor Mason.
Very quickly, Mayor Asher, I also thank you for your good work. And I wonder how much better it would be if there were a big cask, empty or full. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Mason. Any other comments? Councillor Mansfield.
Thank you, Mayor Asher. I'd just like to add my thanks as well, and say well done on your continued optimism through the time. I think that's really helped to carry the momentum, and I sense that optimism has, it's around there in the rest of the community. I can feel that the people are really looking forward to what's coming for Geelong, despite all the challenges that they've been through. So, and I think that's in large part to the optimism that you've led with. So thank you for all the work there, and I think the report's a real testament to the effort that's been put into really getting through this last period.
Okay. Thanks, Councillor Mansfield. Councillor Harwood.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, gentlemen. We may have been a little bit flippant with the big ute, but we get the intent of it. But there is so much in Geelong that brings tourists down to the region, and it is on the back, a lot of it on the back of the work done by the board. So keep up the good work. We are grateful. The community, I think, at times either don't know or underestimate the value of our tourism board down here and the work done by the board and the industry in particular. So well done.
Awesome. Thank you. Councillor Nelson.
I guess I must have to say something.
We want to be here all night. Well done.
And someone that wasn't mentioned, I don't think was mentioned, was Tracy. She does a great job. So congratulations.
Shout out to
all
Tracy.
down there. Yep.
Thanks, Councillor Nelson. Councillor Contell.
Given everyone else has spoken, there's no doubt that Geelong will be the place to be over Christmas. And I think someone else mentioned, but the Melbourne Cup weekend was like no other, really, like no other that I've ever seen. And I live on that waterfront area, and you could not get another car in there. And so that was amazing for a Melbourne Cup weekend. So that's what we're in store for, and that's the work that you've obviously been putting into place. There's no doubt that the team is enthusiastic. I was at a function last week where there was 2 team members at this function, and they were jumping out of their skin to get into what we're about to get into. So that's great. You've obviously built some great enthusiasm. And what I've tried to do today is give you something to scream from the rooftop. So you make sure you tell everyone there's free parking in December. They'll love it.
Couldn't resist that one, could you? Okay. Well done. Go back to Thank you. Did you want to have a little word there, John?
Of their commitment to their commitment to being a board member of TGGB, despite obviously significant challenges that their respective businesses face. So, the team, Brett leads a fantastic team, but we also have a group of very committed board members who have maintained a high level of commitment and professionalism despite some incredible challenges for their businesses over this period of time. And it would be remiss of me to not say thank you for the support over that period of time and the additional support that you've provided tonight. It'll be well leveraged, let me tell you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. That's really good feedback, and we also pay tribute to the board. Very resilient people, you lot, so well done. Back to Deputy Mayor Sullivan to close.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I believe it's all been said, but the tourism, they run a tight ship, they run an efficient ship, and Jesus energetic. So, no, I'm happy to move this.
Great. Okay, we'll put this one to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? Carried. Item 12 is the UNESCO City of Design Membership Monitoring Report, to be moved by Councillor Harwood and seconded by Councillor Murray. Thank you, Councillor Harwood.
Madam Mayor, just first of all, a quick special mention to Tim Ellis on his recent work for the UNESCO City of Design Sub-Network Conference. Under duress of full faith in the internet to take it around the world, and they had a few glitches, but it was hugely successful and really well done. And we also thank the staff from the Geelong Gallery, the Geelong Arts Centre and Deakin Uni of a very successful and hard-fought work done to get that event here. This particular report is about the city is responsible for delivering a membership monitoring report every 4 years, which profiles Geelong as Geelong's participation in the UNESCO Creative Cities Network. So it's a very formal process we're going through. It'll touch on Geelong Design Week, Council's Arts Industry Commissions in response to the COVID-19 recovery, age-defying bridge project, which the local company Ostend has been involved in, the establishment of the Victorian Creative Cities Network, UNESCO Stakeholder Day with international speakers, delivering creative lecture series in partnership with Deakin Uni, Geelong Digital Outdoor Museum. So it's a very forward-thinking organisation that we're involved in, and it's been a great asset to Geelong thus far and will continue to be so. Thank you.
Councillor Harwood. Councillor Murray.
Thank you. Councillor Harwood didn't leave too much for me to say, but I just want to reinforce the words about the Cities of Design sub-networking meetings that were around the world, 3 nights in a row, and the challenges they faced. There was internet challenges, and there was a major storm on one night where you could... so they were up against it, but they did so well. And I think Councillor Harwood went through the initiatives and the establishment, which was Geelong-led, of the Creative Cities Network with Bendigo, Ballarat and Melbourne is also something. So, yeah, Tim and his team do a great job, and it highlights that Geelong is clever and creative.
Councillor Grisbeck.
Quickly, I think one of the items in the report talks about a Pekka Kutcha design creatives for their projects. How do you say it, Mayor Asher? Pecha. Thank you, Councillor Harwood. What a amazing opportunity to really fast-track presentations. Council officers, please, can we do some Pekka Kutcha training? I think at the UNESCO City of Design we should be doing that in our opportunity as well. Thank you, Mayor Asher.
Totally agree. Any other comments on this one? Back to Councillor Harwood to close.
Further, thank you.
Okay, we'll put this one to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? Carried. Okay, item 13 is T210097, the tender for the provision of public immunisation services, to be moved by Councillor Mansfield and seconded by Councillor Mason. Thanks, Councillor Mansfield.
Thank you, Mayor Asher. So currently the City of Greater Geelong provides a public immunisation service to the local community. This has existed for many years, well before we were talking about COVID immunisations. This immunisation service has been providing all of the government-funded immunisations as well as additional ones. But one of the significant contributions they make is to childhood immunisations. There are 3 sites that operate. There's one in Belmont, Corio and Ocean Grove. This is in addition to the services provided through general practice and primary care, but they really do a fantastic job. They also do some of the school-based programs. This has previously been run by Bowen Health. This contract is to once again award that contract to Bowen Health. I think these are brilliant services. I do recommend them to people. I've taken my kids to them, and they actually, strangely enough, actually seem to enjoy the trip in, and I think it's a testament to the staff that run these programs. It's really professionally done. It probably also has something to do with the lollipop that they get given after by the staff after their immunisations, but they do just run a brilliant service, and it's such an important part of our public health strategy to ensure that that these routine immunisations are given. There is an immunisation program for a reason. It has significantly contributed to a reduction in childhood infectious diseases. I think it's easy to forget what perhaps the sort of illnesses that children were once exposed to and now don't have to experience that, and their families don't have to experience that because of this great public health measure. And we're very lucky to have this service. Anyone who hasn't checked it out should. It's really fantastic. Great for flu vaccines as well. If you're having trouble getting into your local general practice or other primary care service, they also do those sorts of vaccines. So I'm really pleased to see that this has once again been awarded, and nothing further to add.
Councillor Mansfield. Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mayor Asher. There's nothing much I can add either, other than to respond to the fact that we're so lucky. I suppose it's also good management and good policy, and what a wonderful service it is. And I can say that I've worked in very many countries of the world where no such services exist, and I've witnessed the devastating results of this lack of capacity, lack of funding, lack of policy. And we are so lucky to have Bowen Health here as well, that can survive a tender evaluation to a high level, and that we have them to implement this service. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. Any other comments on this one? All right, back to Councillor Mansfield. Oh, I think 2 seconds.
While they're discussing, Madam Mayor, I might just speak on it. If these are the public immunisation that we all took our kids to as infants, I always had that task, and they weren't great experiences. But,
no lollies back then.
No lollipops, but in the queue at Geelong West Town Hall. But
it was when they gave 3 that was a problem.
Good old days. So yeah.
Indeed.
Apologies. I just had a light bulb moment, realised that my partner works for Bowen Health, and that I, in the interest of full transparency, probably shouldn't be part of this decision, even though I had nothing to do with awarding the contract. Doesn't work for this part of Bowen Health, but just in the interest of full disclosure, and transparent decision making, we've decided that it would be best that I sit the decision
be voting
out here. And
okay.
Apologies for not having that light bulb moment beforehand. It's
it can happen. That's fine. Thank you for that. So we'll exclude you from the vote at this point because we're closing essentially. Yep. Okay. Thank you. We'll put this one to the vote, excluding Councillor Mansfield. All those in favour?
I need another mover. Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, you have moved, haven't you? Councillor Mason, happy to move. I'm happy to second, and we'll go on that. Okay. Would you like to close? Would you like to say anything further?
What a wonderful service we have here, and I urge everyone to support the motion. Thank you.
Lovely, thank you. Okay, on that note, we'll put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? Carried. Okay, item 14 is T22000013, tender for the annual supply of bituminous spray sealing works. Nobody's involved in laying roads. You're going to move? And seconded by Deputy Mayor Sullivan. Thank you, Councillor Contell.
Simple, this one. The tender called for services to facilitate the annual supply of bitumen and spray sealing works for the city. The tender's been awarded to HEAD. It's actually HEAD Transport for Victoria TA Spray Line Road Services. It's valued at $1.5 million. The works will commence this month and go through to June 2022. So that's what it is.
Thank you, Councillor Contell. Councillor Sullivan.
Madam Mayor, roads, rates, rubbish, core council business. This tenderer was suited to be the best candidate due to past project experience and expertise. So I'm very happy with the tender.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to comment on this one? Councillor Contell. Close. We'll put this one to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? Carried. Item 15 is the proposed lease to Royal Geelong Yacht Club for the Geelong Waterfront, Inc. Geelong Waterfront and Marina. To be moved again, Councillor Contell, and seconded by Councillor Harwood this time. Thank you, Councillor Contell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to keep this one rather short too because we did discuss this item some time ago when we went out to community engagement in terms of asking for input into a lease that we wanted to offer the Geelong Yacht Club. It's to occupy the additional seabed where the wave attenuator has been built, and also to consolidate the existing land and seabed leases. The new lease will replace the existing lease for the term of 21 years over the Crown allotment, and us to formalise that and adopt it.
Councillor Contell. Councillor Harwood.
Nothing further, thank you.
Anyone else like to comment on this one? Back to Councillor Contell. Put this one to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? Carried. Item 16 is the proposed lease to Geelong Library Corporation for Level 4 office space at Geelong Library Heritage Centre. Oh, you won't be moving this one then. Okay. What's your conflict?
Library books.
That's appointed by... Sorry, Mayor Asher.
I don't think
it's
that's
not
a
a
conflict.
conflict because Ron's appointed by the council to that role. So it's actually under the legislation. It's not a conflict of interest if he is appointed by the council to the committee.
Okay, so you can remain the mover, Councillor Nelson, and seconded by Councillor Mansfield. Okay, thank you, Councillor Nelson.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. This is just a procedural item, just to recommend the approval of a 5-year lease to the GRLC. They have their offices on level 4. If you're on your way on the lift there, you could see as you go up to level 5 to have a look at our new offices. So that's all.
Thank you. Councillor Mansfield.
I've been a bit discombobulated by all that. Look, yeah, nothing further to add really. It's as Councillor Nelson said, this is really just concluding the community engagement that was undertaken. We didn't receive any submissions, and so the lease will be approved if this motion is endorsed.
Great, thank you. Anyone else got any comments on this one? No? Okay, we'll go back to Councillor Nelson to close.
Madam Mayor, it's just for the CEO to sign off, and that's all done. Thanks.
Great. Put this one to the vote. All those in favour and those against, carried. Item 17, proposed lease for the Geelong Resources Recovery Centre at 100 Duro Street, North Geelong, moved by Councillor Mansfield and seconded by Councillor Harwood. Thank you, Councillor Mansfield.
Thank you, Mayor Asher, and likewise this was put out for community consultation last council meeting. We didn't receive any submissions about this proposed lease. This is really just to formalise an agreement with the operators of the site to lease the site, and so if that's GDP Industries at the 100 Duro Street Resource and Recovery Centre. So if this is endorsed, that lease, 5-year lease, will be awarded.
Councillor Mansfield, Councillor Harwood.
Great result for GDP in the community. So, thank you.
Councillor Aitken.
It's actually appropriate that we're finally finalising this tonight during this week, because the Royal Commission into Disability this week is actually hearing about employment for the whole week for people with disabilities. And what's fantastic is that GDP Industries has actually been around for nearly 50 years, providing employment opportunities for people with a disability. So they have been a national leader for a very long time, and I've always been excited that the City of Greater Geelong outsourced its waste transfer station at North Geelong to what is one of our best disability enterprises in Geelong. So it's heartening to see that a competitive process again has shown that they are the most suitable provider for that service. And I encourage anybody that actually goes out there to say hello and introduce yourself to all the workers, because apart from the one out that you pay at the gate, nearly everybody else actually is living with a disability and providing fantastic service. And I can assure you that the recent COVID scare that closed the facility did cause a lot of angst amongst that local community, but they were very eager to get back in there as soon as they could, and they certainly did after going through shutdown and cleaning procedures.
Great, thanks, Councillor Aitken. Any other comments on this one? Back to Councillor Mansfield to close.
As my fellow councillors have pointed out, they run a fantastic operation down at Duro Street. We get a lot of positive community feedback. I had a resident from another shire who comes in specifically to drop their waste off at the Duro Street site because they get such a great customer experience there. So, yeah, great outcome for them, and nothing further.
Great, thank you. We'll put this one to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? Carried. Item 18 is the proposed sale of 2 Bailey Street, Geelong, to be moved by Councillor Murray and seconded by Councillor Mansfield. Thanks, Councillor Murray.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. This report recommends Council approve the sale of 2 Bailey Street, Geelong, with a restrictive covenant on the title to impose height restrictions on any development of the land. Council initially purchased the land to make sure any future developments on the site didn't compromise the investment of the new civic accommodation. And for those who have had the opportunity to tour the new Civic Accom, it really does highlight, when you look from, was it level 3, is it? The top of it anyway, out over those units in Bailey Street, you can see it was a good decision to purchase, and now it will be a good decision to sell, but with the restrictions. So thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Councillor Mansfield.
Thank you, Mayor Asher, and thank you, Councillor Murray. As has been outlined, we didn't receive any community submissions on this one, so happy to support this motion.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councillor Grisbeck.
Thank you, and thank you, Councillor Murray, for mentioning the tour. I think that's really where this cemented my view about making sure the restrictive covenants were in, because you do not want overshadowing of such an amazing building. Thank you.
Right. Any other comments on this one?
Protect our residents' rights to overshadowing and viewing, but we certainly do for our own building.
Any other comments? If not, back to Councillor Murray to close. Thanks.
Nothing further.
Okay, we'll put this one to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? Carried. Item 19 is the proposed sale of land adjacent to 17 Rosemont Crescent, Bellpost Hill, to be moved by Councillor Contell and seconded by Councillor Mansfield. Thanks, Councillor Contell.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. So this is a thin slither of land that is adjacent to 17 Rosemont Crescent. There's been used by the adjacent landowner for many years. It's a legacy from the Corio Shire days. There's no real use for the land by council. The occupier of the land has contacted council to see if there is a way forward in procuring that piece of land, and this is a means of going out to the community to ask for expressions of interest, and we'll then consider those, and hopefully the outcome will be that the landowner can purchase that land.
Thank you, Councillor Contell. Councillor Mansfield.
Thank you, Mayor Asher. This one is one that is going out for community consultation. So if anyone, as far as I'm aware, so this one, similar to the ones that have previously been out for a community consultation, we'd really encourage anyone with an interest in this piece of land to provide their submissions, and they'll be considered prior to any decision being made on this issue.
Any other comments on this one? Back to Councillor Contell to close. Okay, we'll put this one to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? Carried. Item 20 is the proposed sale of land at 275 Forest Road South in Lara, to be moved by Councillor Grisbeck and seconded by Councillor Aitken. Thanks, Councillor Grisbeck.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is quite similar to the last one. This is land that was a former spur line off the rail track to the woolsheds in Lara. The spur has now been removed by Victrac, and the land is now surplus to our needs. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Grisbeck. Councillor Aitken.
Just at the time of night, and I've nothing further for me to add to what Councillor Grisbeck has said.
Thank you. Anyone else got anything to add? Keep looking over at Councillor Maloney there on the screen. No? Okay, Councillor Grisbeck, back to you.
Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Okay, we'll put this one to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? Carried. Item 21 is the Councillor Committee appointments, to be moved by Councillor Harwood, seconded by Councillor Mansfield. Thank you, Councillor Harwood.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is formal appointments to ratify, and so the report recommends for her sins to appoint Kylie Grisbeck as the chair of the Planning Committee again, and for my sins I'll be the alternate. And we'll also be looking to endorse Councillor Jim Mason's nomination for the Committee of Management of the Australian Coastal Councils Association Incorporated 21-23 for his good work thus far, and we expect that to continue. Thank you.
Well said. Thank you. Councillor Mansfield.
Thank you, Mayor Asher, and I think Councillor Harwood has outlined this one well. One thing that I'd just highlight is that we have had some discussions around the role of the chair of the Planning Committee. It's an extremely heavy workload and heavy responsibility being the chair of the Planning Committee. We've had a lot of additional Planning Committee meetings this year, and full credit to the Planning Committee chair and deputy chair for the work that they've had to put in to help us get through the backlog of meetings we needed to conduct. So we have had some discussion around perhaps doing some sort of alternating chair arrangement or rotating chair to try and share that workload a little bit. This recommendation potentially leaves open the possibility of doing something a little bit different, but we'll continue to discuss that as a councillor group.
Councillor Mansfield. Councillor Aitken.
Thanks, Mayor Asher. Look, I'm a bit I still don't think we've covered the issue about our public submission hearing panels, because we actually aren't appointing anybody. So I'm on the understanding now that we must have to create a public submission panel chair every time now we have submissions that are outside. We don't.
If I may clarify, Madam Mayor, the submissions review panel appointments were made for 2 years last year, so they're still current.
Grisbeck will still have to do that role, even though she's preferred not to. So that's the concern, yeah. She actually did express she'd prefer not to, so we're going to keep her in that role.
Madam Mayor, I'm comfortable, and I will be delegating to
You
the
can
alternate
delegate
chair
as required.
of the Planning Committee.
What was for your sins?
Yes, indeed. It is onerous. I can attest to that too. Okay. Any other comments on this one? Back to Councillor Howard to close.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll put this one to the vote, and thank you to the various appointees. All those in favour? Those against? Carried. Item 22 is the council meeting dates for 2022, to be moved by Deputy Mayor Sullivan and seconded by Councillor Mason. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Fairly explanatory. We have the list of dates before us. Happy to take it as read.
Thank you. Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mayor Ash, and I'll just add that I'm looking forward to the 4 off-site council meetings, one of them which will be in the Bellarine.
Yes, indeed. Hopefully we can do them earlier without COVID this year. Back to Councillor Sullivan to close.
Nothing further to add.
Okay, we'll put this one to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? Carried. Item 23 is the council to staff delegations, to be moved by Councillor Contell and seconded by Councillor Nelson. Thank you, Councillor Contell.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Look, the Local Government Act provides for delegation of council's powers, duties and functions under the Act. This is really about allowing the wheels of business to continue to turn in order that various levels of council staff can make decisions on delegated matters. It also asks to reflect Maddox Lawyer's recommendation that the Chief Executive Officer be included as a delegate, as being one of the recommendations.
Councillor Contell. Councillor Nelson.
Nothing further, Madam Mayor.
Anyone else want to have a comment on this one? Back to Councillor Contell. Okay, we'll put this to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? Carried. Item 24 is the Planning Authorisation Council to staff, to be moved by Councillor Grisbeck and seconded by Councillor Harwood. Thank you, Councillor Grisbeck.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. 2 appointments under this planning authorisation. Student planner Sylvia Tynan and new principal planner of business facilitation Reece Mail. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harwood.
Thank you.
Anyone else got comments? Back to Councillor Grisbeck.
Further, thank you.
All right, we'll put this one to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? Carried. Okay, we're up to Section D, which is the record of informal meetings of councillors. May I have a mover and seconder? Moved Councillor Harwood, seconded Councillor Mansfield. Thank you. All those in favour? Those against? Carried. Section E is the planning delegations. May I have a mover and seconder for the planning delegations? Moved Councillor Harwood, seconded Councillor Grisbeck. All those in favour? Those against? Carried. And Section F is the confidential section. We want to listen to the Geelong Arena. Can I have a mover and seconder to consider this matter in confidential, please? Moved Councillor Nelson, beg your pardon, seconded Councillor Mason. That's a bit of a tongue twister. All those in favour? Those against? Carried. Item 21, no, well that's no. Still in the confidential section, the 21-22 community grants. Can I have a mover and seconder to consider this in confidential? Moved Councillor Sullivan, seconded Councillor Contell. Thank you. All those in favour? Those against? Carried. We will now consider the remaining agenda items in our confidential section of the meeting. So I need a mover and seconder to close the meeting to the public. Maybe we'll pick Councillor Maloney on the screen there as the mover and seconded Councillor Nelson. Thank you. All those in favour? Those against? Carried. Thank you very much for your patience, everybody, tonight, the virtual people and the in-gallery people who have all left. Good evening. Thank you.